Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? A little earlier than I expected. Party on a discount? You mean like Party City? I'm never gonna financially recover from this. You know what? To be honest, nobody may ever financially recover from this. Oh, shit. There we go. It's up, Kitty Pickle. Spied at $20 fast. I don't know about that. Getting awfully close to 400 though. Get today. Vic's up. Pretty sure everything else is fucking dead. What's up, Existential? My port is chanting red rum, red rum, red rum. Should I be worried? I don't know. Maybe your CERN puts will print. Gonna make money on your Airbnb pick this week and then rent an Airbnb with the money. I don't know. Fuck, that actually stayed kind of stable in the pre-market. It's already down at like its all-time low. Ding ding. Good morning, Trina. So CC's back on the menu for this week? I think so. We'll see that. I'm still gonna wait till we start to see the ETF FTDs because I'm not gonna sell fucking CCs into the drop, right? That's not how you do things. Because at this point, you're kind of just chasing a downtrend with covered calls, which is risky. At what point do we start to worry about the market actually crashing? I mean, we're getting there. 400's a big psychological barrier. If the SPX drops below 4, it's gonna be bad. Is Tesla alive? No. Wheat, the only thing green on my list. Yep. Do you like semiconductors right now? I mean, I have AMD positions. I don't know how happy I am about them, but I have them. I'll probably buy some Intel, but I'm gonna wait till it's cheaper. I think it's gonna take a long time for the government subsidies to pay out. GBBY, same like GME May OPEX. I don't know if we're going to see May OPEX happen on GME. It's possible. The fucking put interest ramped up like crazy yesterday, or well, Friday. Uh, put call ratios at 1.64, which is higher than it's been since fucking June of last year. Where plunge protection varies. $99 CSP. I want it to assign, but I also don't want it to assign because that's low. Sheesh. Yeah, it is. It's rough, but I mean, we can see if there's a market crash, we're gonna see prices way lower than that, man. GME almost immediately breaking down through 110. Next support at 108.14. Activision arbitrage or Microsoft deal, a good play. I mean, I know Berkshire threw a bunch of money at the arbitrage opportunity. Maybe, if like the FTC doesn't step in and block the merger. Or the buyout. Higher put ratio, bad for a run up. Oh yeah. That can change by the end of this week, obviously. But right now, they're taking full advantage of the dip in the market. Given, oh, by the way, I said, if given Bill and Warren's relationship, I'm sure Warren has more information on that buyout than uh, the general public would. And so I would say it's probably not the worst bet. What negative beta, pigeon teeth? You ready for the fucking ride? We're gonna be going down and harder than the Lusitania. Yeah, on prom night. Would the puts help them run clear obligations in May to avoid split exposure? I mean, that's kind of what we expect at the end of this week into next week is them to clear out some of those ETF obligations mid-cycle in order to ease the pressure off their position and allow them to better enter entropy swaps. Not that, any prime. Here's the tricky part: primes may not be picking up entropy swaps with the market doing what it's doing right now. They may not be able to get a counterparty. Risk models are going to change, especially if the SPY drops like below 400, 380. You can buy protective puts. I mean, the fucking put call ratio is already 1.64. Essentially, at this point, all you're doing is profiting off the gamma squeeze they've created. Your fucking puts aren't going to make a difference. No, everything's opening fairly stable. I have orders in place that'll trigger if things drop more, but the market's stabilizing it open. I don't expect it just to like careen down through 400 and die. This will be a significant point of resilience, I think, for the SPY. Then what? What do you mean then what? Sell the puts, buy more stock? Not that hard. I wouldn't buy them yet. No counterparty to the entropy swap. What happens to GME price sideways? I mean, if there's no counterparty, they still have to run it. Like the obligations in those quarterly obligations of the ETFs aren't optional. It benefits them to run the price because of the entropy swap, because they're protected against that upside movement. Just because they don't have an entropy swap doesn't mean that, they don't have to cover them. Really overdue for at least a short-term, not red consolidation on day on the SPY at this point, right? Right? I don't know. It doesn't look particularly good. Should I sell my BBY to re-enter lower? I mean, why not just average down? You're just losing money at that point. You might as well just hold on or sell covered calls and wait. BBBY is still going to experience quarterly cycles like GME does. So, the opportunity for you to get out at a higher price will present itself. Selling your $18 shares at $11 to buy them at $10.50 is not like a great deal. So you're gonna nosedive sub 100. I mean, we already broke the 108 resistance. Next one's at 105. Best hope SPY consolidation around 405. Yeah, I think we want to see it hold. Exactly, Dill Esquire. Patience. I mean, there was no way they weren't going to take advantage of the downturn in the market, right? Rivian is not a solid investment. I know that. It's their first car, first EV. They lack proper factory and will struggle to produce to meet either demand or to cover expenses. I would not invest in Rivian. Thank you, Petri. I wasn't going to. Oh, look at Palantir dying. But they have like $50 million worth of gold. Gold. Justify being down bigly on my stocks, but reminding myself that I'm just doing my part to fight inflation. Thanks, Dork. Can inverse leverage ETF go negative if the market rallied? Like SPX or SQQQ? No. It can go to zero. That's why they reverse split them. You said you wouldn't necessarily buy protective puts yet. What would you look for? I said a breakdown of 108, which kind of already happened. 4,500 sold Jan 23, BBBY 80s. That's a big chunk. Someone's buying up whatever's going on with BBBY. Someone's buying a shitload of it on this dip. Not only options, but shares as well. The accumulation is rapid. And it's not just retail buying it cheap. There's more to it than that. Yeah, they have 50 million in gold, but do they have a literal gold mine? I mean, they have more gold than Highcroft Mining does. Redbox now has options. It's apparently 77% shorted. Pumpies or big dumpies? I don't know. They're starting like a streaming service or some shit. It's risky. I'm not super sold on it. There was an opportunity like a few days ago to buy stock, which I didn't want to do. I don't really know if things are gonna get better for it now that it has options. Right? Remember DWAC after they fucking put options on it and the price tanked? It gives another hedging mechanism and another liquidity tool, which presents its own set of special issues. Updated end of week price target for GME. For this week? I don't know. End of week's tricky. By midweek we could see sub 100. It's possible. Sus or computer needs a reboot. It might need to reboot or clear your cache. You're still bullish on the split? Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? CBOE told me that they're gonna roll out these crazy 24/7 spy weeklies with expiries for every day of the week. What the actual fuck? Yeah, that's the plan. That way they can steal money from the spread 24/7. I'm just gonna start streaming how to trade the spy at 1 a.m. I wouldn't really call the spy bipolar. It's trading in like a 50-cent range. Intel entry right now? Why not wait for the market crash? Then buy it. If you think it's gonna hold strong through a market crash existential, it won't. Yeah, it's an institution. We talked about this last week. Yeah, it's institutional buying. Similar to Cohen, yeah. Through dark pools. Stock market quiet? Like too quiet? I'm in, sure. 80 bucks for GME share soon? Maybe. How low can BBBY actually go? Uh, the options chain points at like 10 right now. Let's see. Let me look at the options data for this one. I didn't really get a chance to check it out too much. Um, yeah, uh, we could hit 10. Although I do think a lot of these puts at 10 and 12 are sold. And I think there'll be a push to get those $12 sold puts back in the money. So, um, you know, it may just kind of stabilize in that range. My side bets are Ader and BBIG. It's like, I feel like people who are in Ader and BBIG right now just have learned jack shit over the last year. These stocks already squoze as much as they're going to, right? Ader's got a fucking potential, dilution on the table. If their stock goes up at all, they're gonna dilute and take the money because they need it. BBIG is a bit of a different story with the spin-off company. Like that could be more interesting, but is it gonna be? Like, does anybody give a fuck when the market's crashing about BBIG's goddamn spin-off company? And the shorts are about to be cash rich as fuck. So why? What bull case is there? And I've read their shit DD over on their fucking subreddit where they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I feel like I'm a big fan of a team in a soccer match. Every time the spice starts to tick down, I lean into the monitor like, ooh, as if it were my favorite player getting close to the goal. It's because you have puts. Fucking market's already pricing in a move to like Christ. That's not good. Obligations being created means the cycle continues. As long as people hold, yeah. As long as there remains a volatile environment for their swaps, then the cycles have no reason to stop, right? Let's not say they will continue. There's no reason for them to stop. What was the pre-market resistance for the SPY? Uh, it hit 410. 402 was its low. So there's a little bit more room to the downside here. Not much. This doesn't look good. I'll tell you right now. Centered more. Picks up 10% so far today. HD doing some things this morning. Green and a sea of red. Yeah, a little bit. value, right, Ben? That's where interest will ultimately turn, most likely. Thanks, Tickle Pickle. Greetings past GME Ape here. Same story. We just have to hodl. Yeah. Buying Ader is like clicking that ad about one trick to saving money on car insurance. I mean, it's not. I see the what they assume is the potential in it. It's just I don't think it's as much potential as they think it is. Seems like the VIX sector is the only green on my watch list. I got into my put position on April 8th. I just want to state that for the record. I know, Dork. Flip short on Cat after CPI numbers. Why do you think Cat will perform badly with increased inflation? I think their pricing model allows for a lot of flexibility. Market crash, same, like ETF FTDs getting canceled out. If they happen at the same time, sure. Need a recession recipes segment on the stream while we wait for the market to bottom out. Cheese product and grilled cheese product and tomato soup. I already bought Campbell's. Saying that May 23rd, 350 may print big. On what, the SPY? T+3 from the run up last week. That could be it. It could just be people buying into value. Also, sector shift. So I kind of discussed this a little bit last night with Dillionaires, but we should start with the fears getting a little bigger and the market dropping into these psychological resistance zones like 400. Um, we should see some effect from sector shift as people, move their money from growth to value. And really what's happened is they've pulled their money off the table, and now we would be expecting it to flow back into value stocks, value and commodities. And so things like Cat, Home Depot, X, coal, oil, those will probably perform or, reverse the market trend. The VIX, I mean, volatility and price are inversely correlated. So, yes, VIX inverse SPY. DDS is green. DDS doesn't care about the rest of the market. It's not really a part of it anymore, anyway. Even if there were to be a sell-off, there's not really any shares. So like Cat's just Lawrence of Arabia. The problem is Cat is just like one of the worst shorts that you could pick. Interest could flow back into it at any point. It's a high value stock. They're inflation resistant. They have tons of cash on hand. They benefit greatly from the infrastructure bill, so they'll have continued, liquidity provided for the products they sell. Um, there's just so many better shorts. There's so many overvalued companies. YCAT, which is already a lot undervalued. You have things like Airbnb, trading at like a PE of like 123. Fucking with like a forward EPS of $1.26 a share. Like that kind of shit's not gonna last. The market bottoms. How long does it linger before it bounces back? Historically, not very long. From the bottom. It can take a while to reach the bottom. Was there a member stream last night? No. No. I didn't get back to New York till like 11, and I didn't get home till like almost 2 in the morning. Just picked up calls on KHC. 2500 bought BBBY Jan 20 calls at 2.8 just now. Nice. Wheat July 15C roll or can still go in the money. July. I think you're okay for now. You don't have to roll it yet. You have way more than 30 DTE. As it gets closer to 30 DTE, I might look into rolling it, but you're also kind of far out of the money. Someone just bought 7,500 BBY Jan 20s. Yeah, someone's loading up big. Solid food stocks to throw money at. I threw a bunch of money at Campbell's. There's Kraft like KHC, Kroger. All of those are pretty good food stocks. ConAgra is another one. General Mills. What's this? Is this some like weird Chinese NFT thing? E-commerce and lifestyle platforms. Hot tab and pushart.ph. Okay. They're based in Newport Coast, California. Um, it's doing a thing. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it, but sure it's got some sort of massive short interest or something compelling. Is Visa still on par with commodity stocks, XBTU, Oxy? Yeah, because as the economy declines, people lean more and more heavily on their credit. NTC institutional buys right now? Probably. That's the question is, we're already kind of low. So where's the bottom? Like what's the downside projection here? I'm about to complete a house in the next couple of months. Am I in trouble? I mean, no, but expect to live in it for a long time. If you were worried about your marriage or relationship, Callum, don't worry. Statistically, you'll do better because of the recession. Burger's run up during the pandemic was hilarious. I mean, they're a pretty good company. Yeah, Target's moving up. I got some last Friday. Con Agra, same like Con Air, except Nicolas Cage hijacks a tractor. Also curious if we will break 400 for the spy. I mean, it's a big deal if we do. Did you sell your CPB because it hit 50 or are you riding it up? I'm riding it up. I'm just follow the trend wherever it goes. I have like shares and leaps, like bar dated leaps. So calls look sold according to Shift Search. Sold $20 calls? Are you using just like Shift Search indicator of if they're sold or not? Because that shit's not reliable at all. Like it is generally wrong, just so you know. You still have to look at the call itself to try to determine, and it's kind of risky. Let's see. $20 calls, BBBY. Uh, and the bid is moving up on them. So I would say some of them may be sold, but the last 5,000 of them appear to be bought. I think it's open interest before that were sold calls. DDS MOASing? No, this is like a pretty standard move for it. Don't ask me that. That's why I watch you. Apparently, Sopa's pipe unlock is today. Be wary. It sounds like a nice rug pull situation. I've been in my house for about 4 years and it's gained about 350K in value. Do I sell it and buy a van to live down by the river for a few years? I mean, is this the top of the housing market? It might be close. I don't know if we're at the top of it yet. I live by the motto, I'm more can fit inside you. Okay, Velvet. Hmm. Earnings today is at ATLS. I passed 2 ATI physical therapies on my way to work, so I don't get why it's so cheap. That sounds like confirmation bias to its fullest, Hestia Hearth Tender of the Middle West. CC's on Jimmy or what? Wait for the next day or so. I kind of spoke on this already. Selling CC's into a downtrend, especially on GameStop, is generally not a good idea. When we bounce, we tend to bounce pretty violently. And we're already kind of at low resistances. So this is a risky range to sell CCs in. You may want to look for a bottom and sell CSPs, but CCs, I don't love it. I'm sure Moonwind will. Or maybe he'll be more conservative now. Buy MSRP GPU now or wait for the next gen. I mean, the next gen ones are probably way better for mining, so you probably won't see any for like 6 months after release. Do you need better than like fucking like 144 hertz at 2K? Gurk told me I have way too much riding on the spy tanking in the next 30 days. Oh boy. Um, I hope you're right, Mike. There's a share recall during a market crash. Would that change anything on our expectations? Sure, but why? There's no reason for there to be a share recall due to a crash. Which I've spoken about a bunch in the past. It could happen, but it's very unlikely. You know, all of those shares that you're referring to are in ETFs. So why would they recall them? They may sell some out of their ETFs, which would trigger recalls on those shares, but it's not likely that they would just recall them to sell, right? They still have to maintain their tracking of the index. What is spy may never die? I hope so. Oh, inflation's definitely going to come in at like 0.3 or 0.4 up from the last report. $30 August calls for BBBY dead. No? They're in August. How would they be dead? If the SPY drops below 400, it's gonna create fear, right? For a market crash, ultimately, you need a sell-off. You need fear. You need people selling and then other people selling and then more people selling. Markets don't crash if people are holding. I agree, Dork. Not sure if I should buy $2 puts or $3 puts for AMC earnings tonight. God, imagine fucking lugging around all that debt. It's not that they do mining specific GPUs now. I think that they've put restrictions on some of their like mid-range GPUs, so they're ineffective for mining. Which I think can be bypassed anyway. Yeah, someone's buying shitloads of BBBY right now. There've been big block orders and big order like call purchases over the last couple days. Flash crashes happen without natural selling though. May 6 210 gang. Yeah, May 6 210 2018 where you had like Volmageddon and the VIX squeeze. Especially if the VIX stays at sustained high levels for several days on end, the risk of there being a squeeze there is pretty high. Is this timing of the GME spring with their usual shenanigans or just market downturn? Oh, I think it's their usual shenanigans and in larger numbers than we've seen in quite some time. I feel like no one is noticing. What is it, Grizz? It's posting wallet addresses in chat. Probably asking for donation to go to the Ukraine. Likely a scam. Oh, if anyone's around, can you guys check that and like ban whatever bot's doing it? Is that in the Discord? I think there was a big move to proof of stake or whatever. There's a big push for proof of stake. Mining's less profitable because the prices are dropping. Oh boy, Light K. I mean, but did it just sell it at 406 like on the test? Because that wouldn't have been so bad. Like if it bought a 404 here at the money and then sold it. I know I'm doing the right thing, but buying a security makes me sick to my stomach. Mod me in Discord. I'll take care of the problem. Can you define problem? Because when you say that, JFresh, I assume that you mean everybody else in the Discord but me and you. It has very little to do with the bot. XRT still on threshold, then they'd have to rely really heavily on puts earlier. Yeah, XRT is still on threshold. I'm thinking October 6570s. I think you're a little overly bullish. Russell my jimmies. Okay, now DDS MOASsing. It's having a nice day. I wouldn't call it MOASsing, but it's doing a thing. My wrist is messed up. Ow. Bank earnings next quarter. Same like finding out if people bought boats and cars with their refi instead of putting it towards the principal on their mortgages. Yeah. No, I cannot define the problem. I'll solve it. There is no CC strategy right now. I'm waiting. This is too risky, right? There's two reasons I'm not selling CCs right now. One, I don't want to sell them for this Friday. You could, but with, the profitable range is like 110, and we're gonna dive lower, right? And so they might be safe, but once Wednesday comes around and we start to hit those ETF FTDs, that's not a lot of ground for us to cover, from even if we hit like 98. Like 98 to 110 is a very easy move. And if we look at the last time this happened, well, at least the last time they covered ETF FTDs back in Feb, we went from our lows here at like 95 to like 105 the following day, and the day after that 117. So, it's just too risky, frankly, to sell them in a range where they'd be profitable. If you want to sell them out at like fucking 160, sure, but you're gonna have to sell theta on those, and I don't want to carry a lot of theta right now on my covered calls either. So I think I'm gonna wait until I think the peak of the FTDs has kind of been realized, and then I'll target that for my next covered call sale. It's different for me though, right? Because I'm selling like large blocks of covered calls at once. And so I don't need to like generate revenue by selling multiple small calls repeatedly. Does that make sense? So, I mean, obviously you have to factor your own situation into that. Are you planning to buy calls to capture ETF FTDs? Yeah, after we find a low. Also, the risk of getting assigned at these prices is way too high. These prices are considered cheap on GameStop, right? We're sub 110 right now. I mean, GameStop doesn't get much cheaper than this. A little bit, but not much. And when it does, it doesn't sustain it for long. So why would I want to get assigned anywhere near here? Probably not very far out, little beefs. Because we're running right into June, right? So and I wouldn't want to sell them into the shareholders meeting. So, you know, provided we finish the ETF run right around let's see, the 19th, I probably wouldn't consider selling calls further out than like the 27th. Also May 20, 125cc earlier. Planning to buy back soon with a little bit of profit. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna trade them, you can, right? You can like trade them into the downturn for the thrill. Now we have the same conversation, but from a standpoint of trying to time buying for calls for this run. Look for a low. GameStop sub 100, same like free, right? Providing the market doesn't full on crash, which it might. If the market crashes, we could see prices in the 60s or 40s. I don't think that'd even be that hard for us to get there. Not especially not with all this put interest. Remember, FTDs options create FTDs, right? This is how it all starts. Is they start using options to short the stock, and that creates FTDs. The same way our long calls create FTDs via hedging, their short calls create FTDs via hedging. They're their puts, their long puts, and our long calls all create FTDs because the stock is so illiquid. Nothing on that part of the thesis has changed. So when we see large amounts of options buying on GameStop, we see large amounts of FTDs, large amounts of obligations that need to be covered via ETFs. And since GameStop is so illiquid and they don't want to generate FTDs directly on the stock itself, they need those ETF CNS pipelines open to sustain that options buying. Hence how they generate the obligations. So in order to meet the target goals for their volatility swaps, you know, of this like sub $100 and sub 100% IV, in that short IV crush, they need to create these obligations to achieve that. And they don't care because they're able to hedge the upside of those obligations, right? Yeah, I wouldn't sell a 610 and close them out by 527 because I mean it's just going to be relative at that point. AJ. Also, I'd rather have the theta decay at a more rapid rate. It's because it's inverse. It's inverse buying a long call, right? So you want that rapid theta decay. So the contract loses value faster. Whereas if you sell a 610, it's not going to lose value as quickly. Spy's making its way downtown. It is. Why wouldn't it be more chop, bouncing off 400 until CPI data comes out this week? It could be, but there's no good projection for CPI data. Like, we already know that inflation is going to be slightly worse. It's not going to have turned around that quickly. Even for like the bullwhip effect that we kind of talked about, that's still like a like a quarter 3 projection, right? Jesus, ow! I need to take some allergy medication again. I'm trying not to take it because it makes me like sleepy and lethargic. I don't want to do anything. What are you looking to play for this ETF FTD run? Something like the deep out of the money calls you shared in chat? No. No, for the FTD run, short dated, near the money calls. Like if we hit prices sub 100, I'm gonna probably be targeting, fucking like $100 calls. No, I don't starch monk. It's a bear case on Visa right now. Credit card debt and interest rates off the chart. Okay, Visa's not a credit company. They're a payment processing company. So you need to understand where they make their money, and it's not on credit cards. They're not a bank, right? While banks use Visa and their services, Visa's not directly providing a lot of credit. What they are is a payment processing company. So, the more people lean on credit cards and are using them, the more money they make. They already make a shitload of money anyway, but will Jimmy recover if there's a full-on crash? I think as long as people don't sell and we remain illiquid, then yes. Jimmy close to triggering SSR. That's guaranteed to save us. No, no. And the SPY is getting very, very close to breaking through 400. What's sad is going into this morning, it looked like there was a chance for the SPY, but no. QQQ testing 3, yeah. Oh man. There's anything other than a good bounce off 400? Is the SPY dead? No, it can just chop at 400. The 7500 Gen 23 BBYs bought earlier just got sold. Interesting. The $80 ones? That might be just like an arbitrage play then. Or it could be swaps, potentially. Market crash equals RC does reverse split instead. I mean, I don't think he's gonna. Surely BBBY has a greater potential to 2x than GME at these prices, no? I think so. I mean, I have a ton of it. I'm not worried about my investment there. I don't even have a very good cost basis. My cost basis is like $19. To buy VXX calls. I mean, not if the market's gonna crash, but if it stabilizes at 400, yeah, it is. Also, VXX isn't tracking. VXX is just look. I would look at like VIXI or CBOE VIX. VXX has it's not accurately tracking SPY futures or VIX futures. It's detached. What about a buyback from GME? Don't they have a lot of cash on hand? Yeah, they have like 100 million for a buyback. It's not that much, but they could buy some. You still bullish on AMD? Yep. SFM moving up. Nice. Having a good day. I think they're gonna do pretty well. Rough last few days though. I'm guessing their earnings missed. Nice price. Like cheap Kroger. Um this is just the same fucking chart. Yeah, I'm still bullish on GME. These short-term like bearish price movements are ultimately bullish as fuck. Sure, we have to kind of grind through them and wait, but the payout in the end is substantial. And this is what we want to see. We want to see this massive spike in put interest. We want to see them try to gamma squeeze the price down. It shows, if not active management of their volatility positions, desperation. This is good shit. I honestly, out of all the parts of the cycle that upset people the most, I don't understand why it's when we hit our lows. Like when we hit our lows, historically, it's been the absolute best time to not only buy more, but to move into options positions. the problem with the problem with buy the dip is that it's hard. It was, historically hard for people to recognize when that was. Sent you a DM to illustrate the point. Accurate, Cage. Yeah, this is a good example. You playing Disney earnings at all? I've, I've thought about it. I've thought about buying some puts. I'm not gonna lie. I actually think what we're gonna see over the next few months, and Disney's, I think, banking a lot on its streaming service being successful. Um, but what I think is, I think Netflix is not alone in losing massive numbers of Russian subscribers, and B subscribers due to people tightening up their monthly budgets. And I think we're going to see HBO, Disney, all of them lose that value. And I think once we do, people will recognize that Netflix is still like the top streaming earner, and money will flow back into Netflix. It gets ugly below 400, I think, Michael. I don't think the likelihood of May OPEX is worth buying calls for. I mean, I might buy some newer dated calls just to have exposure to it and then close them out if nothing happens. Multi Blues, Hello Cucumber. Not sure why it says 7 months when it says 12. Any advice on how to profit from the cycles when you're poor and have no options? BBBY? Like, BBBY is likely to follow GameStop to a similar degree on the same OPEX periods, right? They're synced up. Thanks, Grizzled. Peloton a good Roe v. Wade edge. Jesus Christ. That was a waste of 50 characters. It's okay, multi blues. Why Nvidia down so much? Just market? Everything's fucking down. What do you mean? Nvidia is one of the most heavily weighted stocks in the S&P. They should do 12-month contracts. I just watch what I want and then cancel my contract. It's not great for them. I mean, Disney started doing that. I think Netflix is moving into it as well, where they like give you a discount for buying 12 months up front. I'll see myself out. Thoughts on BBIG? I don't like it. Sure, they're gonna do like their little spin-off company, but who the fuck wants to buy it? I don't. I know they're trying to shed the shorts, and I respect that, but I think the notional value of the stock and their market cap is too low to really be a concern for short hedge funds. Everyone's looking for another GameStop. It's not the same. I apologize for getting BBY OPEX March, June, September, December. I actually think it's the same as GME and Feb, May, August, November. But they it was delayed alongside GME in the last OPEX. And think of Cohen's purchase on BBBY and how he timed it with Feb OPEX. That could have, greatly upset their covering cycle. I'm not gaff. Any thoughts on TQQQ? What about it? I traded a lot. It's like generally one of my more traded like ETFs. Yeah, short it. Could be okay. Philip Morris is solid. Trina. Big head and shoulders. Um, yeah, you could say that. I don't know how applicable a head and shoulders is, Jeff Walsh, on that long of a time frame. But it is one, right? It's more like distribution at that point. What's the lowest GME can go? The lowest? Like in the event of like a market crash? Who the fuck knows? 40 bucks, 30 bucks, 20? Market crashes are I mean, who knows when they stop? It could resist the drop in the market. If FTDs are really high and the market crashes, GameStop could just stay steady and people might pile into it because it's not dropping. There's a lot of different scenarios that can play out there. Are you skeptical holding long calls through the split? I mean, I'm not super worried about doing it, but I probably won't. How big of a risk do you think a market crash will pose to GME longs who bought more than they could afford will have to sell their shares on a sub 100 dip? I don't think that's the case. Do you think they will run BBBY during May OPEX or push it to June like GME? I don't know. We'll find out. Be prepared for both. I mean, that's why I'm buying August and January's for BBBY. Would you buy more AMD at these prices, or wait to see if we crash? I'd probably wait. Yeah. What's the advantage to not holding options through the split? Just want to reposition when you know where the price range will be and whatnot. Why not hold? You can. You can hold through the split. The real question there is the majority of price action going to be pre-split or post-split? So generally what you have with a split is you have like a run up into the split, and then it splits, and then you have a bunch of selling, and then a run up again as people FOMO into the newly split stock. Um, and so like if you're carrying options, you'd probably have to carry them not only through this, but through to the next run up. You think we'll hit 80 this week? I don't know, man. We have a lot of put interest. It's possible. That's on BBY ADC Jan 23. I mean, they're an IV play currently. Unless BBY squeezes, they're not going to go in the money. They could. I mean, they'd have to shed their debt, and a lot of changes would have to take place. If you had a high cost basis, how would you combat selling CCs on BBY? Or would you prefer to just sit and wait for it to move back up? I'd probably just sit and wait for it to move back up. Aren't you selling CCs, Natty? Also, you don't have a high cost basis. Your cost basis is like 15, isn't it? Now a good time to buy GME, or do you expect more dip? I think we're gonna dip more. Do you think BBY will have price improvement on the 12th, which you expect from GME due to ETF FTDs? It should. It could. I should say. I don't know if it'll have a price improvement to the same extent due to FTDs that GameStop likely will. We continue to have hopes for SST, especially what's happening across the market. I don't know. I mean, I have my May 20 calls there, but I haven't bought any more. You know, I lost like 50% of my profits waiting for the last run that never happened. I think most people are kind of in the same boat. The expectation was ultimately that that stock was going to fail, right? Like that, uh, we would cycle through FTDs, and at some point it would stop cycling, and it did just that. So, with the short interest and FTDs and the reg show, sure, it's possible that it sees action, but I wouldn't call it reliable by any means. I think what's happening with SST is probably it's going to stay relatively around the same price until more dilution comes through and drops it even further. Important lesson I was taught when dealing with these cycles is to be patient and don't rush in too soon. Yeah. And don't be afraid to capitalize on the downside. I think he's avoiding AMD questions because I was turning into an AMD victor. No, I think they killed earnings. I don't think their next earnings are going to be very good though. How much does BBY run compared to GME on OPEC states? I mean, on the last run, it moved from what? 20 to 28, which is 80%. 40% run. So it's about the same as what GME does on average. Although if you go further back, I mean really like 18 to 28. That'll depend on how much interest is built up at these prices as well. It's less. I mean, it's not nearly as illiquid as GameStop. It's getting there, but still fairly liquid comparatively. I think the spread on BBY is still like at a penny, yeah. So that like upside volatility is not quite so potent. August 100s for AMD still alive? You didn't sell them on the big run last week when they were up? I guess they have a shot. I still have like 115 leaps, but I bought them pretty cheap. It could, but we're approaching a potential market crash. But can't AMD get a break? People who owned AMD have been asking that for years. It does. It'll get a break eventually. If the market can stabilize at any point or turn around a little bit, I'm sure AMD will run. I started buying AMD at 101. The run only brought me back to break even. Oh. I mean, there's a chance, but the way the market looks right now, I don't think it's going to be short term. It may take like a month or so, maybe a little longer before you see price improvement there. Epic XLNX into the server market's going to be huge. I agree. No crash? I mean, why? Thanks, Gaz. Gaz Tyson. AMD August 100 still have a solid chance then? I mean, you might be okay. They're risky. If the market crashes average down, maybe we get lucky. CPI data comes in at like 0.2, beating expectations. showing a little bit of a rebound in inflation, and we get some bearish or bullish action. Um, it's kind of speculative though, and I don't have a lot of confidence in it doing that. Not a chance CPI is good. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's still too soon. I'm not trying to give people hope. I mean, they're in a bad position, and they're not gonna likely cut losses, right? They had an opportunity to sell last week. They didn't. I don't know what to tell them at this point. Sunk cost fallacy. Ooh, Jan 23, 15C, same like free money. I mean, there's still a gamble there, right? Like BBY still has to clear their debt ultimately. Like if you're buying leaps, you're betting on long-term success, right? Not just a short-term bounce from OPEX. So if they clear their debt, yes, I think Jan 15 leaps are free money. But if they don't, that debt could eat them alive, especially in a recession. So if you're just playing like the OPEX, why buy so far out? Any chance BBY August 12 sees print? Or probably time to roll or unload? Why are people asking me about like leaps and August calls printing? You have months. Like, chill the fuck out. Tesla dead? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like shit. We're just here to witness the death of the S&P 500 and QQQQ. People sound worried. Must mean we're getting near the bottom, right? It's like panicky. Okay, I get it. But do you think my August calls are dead? Do you still have any interest in Docu? I do, but I think it can go lower. I think it's a great company. I'll buy some of it at the bottom. Quick DRS the whole market. Does BBY's ability to pay off that debt hinge on a bye-bye baby sale? No. They could just put more of the money they make towards that instead of doing stupid shit like buying back their stock. A bye-bye baby sale would solve their debt problem quickly, though. I can understand them wanting to hold on to the revenue it generates, however. Especially if, C-suite execs are paid based on performance and not just stock performance, right? But corporate like sales performance. I'd have to look into more into their compensation, but I can see resistance to shedding it. When cat reentry? Not fucking today, man. When are CPI numbers released next? Wednesday. Wednesday. We have a few economic reports this week. I think we have CPI. We have on Wednesday. We have jobless claims on Thursday, along with PPI, and then consumer sentiment on Friday. Hmm. Where would you find information on execs paid tied to incentives like revenue, stock price, etc.? SEC filings, yeah, the 10Ks, 10Qs, 8Ks, 10Qs. Do you see anything worth going long or short into this week? Such a bloodbath this morning. I'm down so bigly. I had a short for BBBY. I bought some puts on the SPY, GME. I bought protective puts. I have VIX positions already. I don't think I'm as insulated against a crash as I would like to be, but I have some protection. I have stops stop set on a lot of my long positions too. One sec. Did I hear something about you streaming and teaching us to play trade the spy? I mean, if they open up 24/7 spy options, maybe. Any thoughts? Do you have any long-term thoughts on Ford? Hmm. No, not really. Like as an EV play, I'm not particularly interested in it. Bought a SPY 400 March 2023 put a while back, and said my max gain was only double what I put in. Which contracts have potentially infinite gains versus capped? Long calls have potentially infinite gains. Puts don't, right? The maximum gain on any put is the value of the stock. Stocks can't go below 0. Although a SPY 400 March 2023 would definitely have more than double its premium value. Thought it signed a DNR last week. Rocket. Is that 24/7 SPY thing supposed to be on all brokerages? I have no idea. I think TDA already kind of has something like that. It sold the 404C and picked up a 404P. Bad news is it lost $120 first. Ah, that's too bad. SPY battle for 180. Oh boy. Holy moly, I step away from the markets for the week and everything falls through the floor. Look what you did to us, trash. Any idea of entries for Oxy and Zom? I bought into them more last week. Uh, right here at like 56 seems to be a solid entry. If you can get it. I don't know how much oil will drop into a market crash, but I don't know if we're going to get a market crash yet. It's still to be determined, right? I'm sure the SPY will fight a little bit, at least, for 400. Walnuts? Hmm. SPXU. Scary to think about the ramifications of making money here. Is it? Crash was priced in. What would you consider a crash percentage-wise? 50% drop? I mean, really 20% from this point, honestly, would be a crash. But it would cause more, even more selling. So I think if we see, it's kind of like with MOASS, right? Like if we see a 20% drop, we'll probably see a 30% drop. Yeah, Ivy is still a little elevated right now. Hmm. How wide do I like to set trailing stops? That depends on how far I am from like my target price. Once the underlying approaches my price target, I will start to tighten them up. But initially I set them pretty wide. I give it some flexibility from my point of entry. Um and then I'll tighten it up as it either it moves lower, right? And it's like if the trade isn't going the way I want, then I'll just cut it, right? Um, but then if it's moving towards my goal, I'll slowly tighten it up as we approach my price target. And then if it continues, I already have that tight stop. So if it continues to go up, then my stop will just move up with it. That way I can follow the trend with, a small margin of risk. So I may not, nail the peak, but I'll probably get out far higher than I would have had I not followed the trend and just cut at my price target. Are you taking profits at 400? On what? My biggest problem right now is my VIX hedge is being overheld. So if the market stabilizes in this range or stagnates, I'm gonna have some issues. Oh, that's awful. I don't know why anybody would eat that price. Hold on. What the fuck? Ugh. It's like a lentil salad? Ugh. That was bad. Not lentil pasta. It's just lentils. They're just undercooked. They're undercooked and like soaked in vinegar. Yeah, GME's on SSR. Well, I didn't know what they were. I just thought they were just like a nice side of lentils. No. Cold vinegary lentil salad with raw onion. Tastes like shit. Although the onion was better than the lentils. It's like offensive. Fix your chair pillow. What's wrong with it? He calls it power hour flatulence. I mean, not really, Rasma. No, SSR doesn't really matter. Somewhere between degenerate and options is a strategic investment. Well, ETF FTDs run from the 11th through May 20th. So you'd probably want to be a little bit further out than that, but also have liquidity in the strikes. June calls at the money, held for a very short period of time. That's probably what I'm going to do for the ETF FTDs. After I watch this fucker drop below 100. No, not May weeklies. God damn it. I mean, you want an option that's not going to lose too much value. I don't think the upside's going to create a lot of IV. Like, that's not the goal of them covering ETF FTDs. So out of the monies are bad if they're too far out of the money. 120s may not be the worst. I don't know if we'll hit 120, but they may not be the worst in terms of like possibly going in the money and possibly getting some IV exposure. But I'll probably target like 100, 110, 120, depending on how low we drop. Obviously, I'd move this down in range if we drop into like the 80s or something. And then, you want exposure on those options from the 11th through the 19th, which is 6 trading days. So by buying further dated calls like June, you're not paying a lot of theta for this period of time. It's risky to play FTDs. That should be noted. But don't throw money at it that you can't afford to lose some of. Is it 11th to 20th for BBBY2? Yes. For their ETF FTDs, same cycle. Futures contract expiration, which are what generate these, doesn't change. stock to stock. It's the same for all stocks. Quad witching is market wide. You guys ready? God, we're not even pushing back that hard on 100. Glad I got these protective puts this morning. Thanks, Kenneth. No one's selling. This has nothing to do with selling. But interest tripled on Friday. This isn't selling. This is just gamma squeezing the stock down with active funds selling off into the market. But I bought one protective put for every 100 shares I own. So $700 to protect my shares from the downside from 105 and lower. They're up 70% right now. Same like MOASS in reverse. Market crashes aren't good. They're terrible for everyone and everything. And the long-term effects will hurt those at the bottom rung of our society the most for the longest. They're terrible. That doesn't mean you don't capitalize on them. Because, you know, got to watch your own back too. Yeah, as GameStop's price reduces, active funds that track the indices it's in sell because they no longer need to weight it as heavily. Which, you know, that's why we track the market to a degree, Matthias. If short hedge funds were scared of the split, would they throw loads of lawsuits at GameStop either now or when the vote passes? And you can't sue a company for splitting their stock. They're allowed to. They're doing everything above board. There's no case for a fucking lawsuit there. In what world would a market crash be good for GME? If the hedge funds shorting GME are net short everything else, would the hedge funds be most profitable from this? Sure. But if the short hedge funds are cash rich, that increases the likelihood of long funds margin calling or recalling shares. So if the long funds know the shorts are cash rich, they'll just do a recall because they want to be cash rich too. Well, they want their cash, I should say. Can you talk to us some more about the lesser known rounded bottom breakdown formation, aka the teabag pattern? Stefan needs to know what getting shafted looks like on the chart. Yeah, rounded bottom breakouts don't always break up. They do break out. It's just not necessarily to the upside. I think he's aware of that. I hope. Every 1% unemployed goes up, 40,000 people die. Yeah. Did a lot of people buy in at that price? No, a lot of people bought in below this price. But they don't want to carry it down to where they bought back in, right? It's a big psychological break point. Trust me. It matters. Up to you. Do your research. Don't ask me which stock to buy, Manuel. I think relative to book value, BBBY is cheaper than GameStop. GME CSP is not on the menu yet, but we're getting there. If GME did a 2-to-1 reverse dividend split shortly after did a 3-to-1 dividend split, we may see some attempt at a lawsuit. Reverse, so a 2-to-1 reverse split and then did a 3-to-1 dividend split? Why split it back? Why not just reverse split it? Fuck the shorts and then split it forward in 2 years. If Cohen fucking comes out and reverse splits the stock after all of this, I will actually shit my pants. Like I don't think people realize the effect that would have. It would be ridiculous. It's so speculative though. What's a reverse split? Jesus Christ. Um you you have 2 shares, you get 1. On Twitch or YouTube. Reverse split, same like stock buyback. Sort of. It's not, but similar. Does a reverse split force a recall? It'd be far more likely to, yes. I think the spy just died a little bit. Oh boy. I don't get it. Can you explain why a reverse split would be so much better? It reduces the float size relative to the split ratio, but even like a 2-to-1 reverse split would leave us with a float of like 34 million shares, which would double our current volatility. Do you know what that like? So I mean, we know that they're holding volatility swaps on GameStop and they're short IV. So imagine the effect of doubling volatility on their swaps. And with that much liquidity suddenly pulled from GameStop, there's no doubt that it wouldn't, that it would, there's no doubt in my mind that it would cause a share recall. It'd be the ultimate, because Walford, it'd be the ultimate fucking Uno reverse card. You have to think of strategy, right? Like, don't get me wrong, it's pure fucking tinfoil. But if his goal is and I don't think it is, but if it is to cause MOASS and reward his investors as much as feasibly possible, then a reverse split would do just that. So, and that's what's interesting, kind of. There's room in the current strategy for that to happen. It's the only reason I've talked about it. Because they haven't announced a split, right? Like, we have them doing a bunch of things that look like a split, but they haven't announced a split or a plan, officially a plan to split. And a reverse split, still a split. And if you read their verbiage, they're open to both. So you can be like, oh yeah, we're looking at doing a dividend split. That doesn't mean it's forward, right? We assume it is because they discuss things like, our share price is too high to attract investors. And we think lowering the price will, and for all intents and purposes, it looks like a forward split. Um, but they could rug pull the hedge funds. I mean, it would blow up these volatility positions. JPAL's plunger protection team stepping in tomorrow after the SPY slides to 389. The Fed rate drops back to 0 and we rocket in one day back to 438. Maybe. Yeah, 396. There's resistance there. It may just bounce now. This tinfoil's gonna make the pores chat go insane, planning for a reverse split. I wouldn't plan on it. I don't even see it happening. It would be infinitely bullish if it did, though. I'm just highlighting that there's an opportunity to do that. And boy, would that fuck shit up. Oh, there's no reason for them to. And if anything, they could announce these things. So, short hedge funds prepare for a forward split and then just reverse split it. Just because you're hinting at a forward split doesn't mean you have to follow through with one. And changing their corporate charter is something they need to do anyway if they're going to be a tech company. What does the company gain from getting the shorts off the stock? Um, fair market valuation. Yeah, you have to deposit more. R pi squared. Hold shares in multiples of 42. How short hedge fund can defend itself from a reverse split? They can't. I think Burry pushed for one. way back and, got them to at least do buybacks. You're gonna make RSS unban you? That'll never happen. What would MOASS be good publicity for GameStop, you think? Or do you think it could steer more investors clear? I mean, it doesn't matter if they can release shares at the fucking peak, right? They just pull a Porsche. This is why I highlighted this possibility. Because the opportunity not only for GameStop now, but for GameStop long term is huge. So, Cohen goes in, or the board, it's not really just Cohen's decision, so I shouldn't say Cohen. But they decide to move forward with this increase in share allocation allowed by the corporate charter. And they're hinting, but no official statement, at a forward split. And they say because the price of their stock is too high. Now, when they announced this, the stock trading in the $180 range, now trading at 100, right? Which, I'm sure they knew was going to happen after the obligations were cleared out. There's no way that Cohen isn't, aware of these cycles to some degree, especially given the timing of his buy-ins and stuff. So he's fully aware of the situation going on here, I think. So they know the stock's going to go back to 100, where it's, not unreasonably priced. Like, I don't think most investors have an issue buying GameStop here at $100. Maybe some, but for the most part, that's very cheap, and especially below 100, we see even institutional interest pick up. So splitting now, trading at $99 is not very advantageous to the company. But coming out and saying, due to the decline in our share price, we think that a reverse split is a better decision. They could do it, right? It's I mean, the financial plan has nothing to do with a split, and the split doesn't require a shareholder vote. And by doing so, could trigger a squeeze. It would force a lender share recall without a doubt. Not to mention, the massive increase in price and weighting would cause an extreme amount of volatility, as our shares outstanding went from 75 million down to fucking like 3750. And that increase in implied volatility due to the reduction in liquidity and the widening of the spread would force volatility positions to rebalance, which would cause a Volga-Vana squeeze, most likely. And that, coupled with a share recall, would catapult the price of the stock. And during a market crash condition where GameStop might be staring down the barrel of 10 years of economic decline, think about its market cap, 100xing in a very short period of time. And now they have a billion shares available that they can offer freely from. So you trigger the squeeze, you sell shares at the top, releasing the short hedge funds from their obligations and capitalizing possibly billions and billions and billions of dollars. Then you split the stock forward. Which is what Porsche did to survive the 2008 crash, right? They didn't act as a company with interest in another company. They acted as a hedge fund squeezing a stock. And they made more money from that squeeze than they did in the next 10 years from their actual core business. Ow. Porsche didn't get in trouble. I mean, a little bit, but not a lot. I mean, Cohen buying 100K shares isn't going to fucking do anything to the price of the stock. Only Osho. Yeah, this isn't some like speculative bullshit like an NFT dividend. These are allowed practices that corporations can do at any time with proper notice. Why is an NFT dividend not an allowed practice? First of all, NFTs are not fungible. Dividends by definition are fungible. You can have, non-cash dividends. It's separate. But there's no expectation for shorts to pay those. In every instance of a company attempting to issue a dividend which the shorts couldn't pay, they've gotten sued into the ground, overstock included. The market does not look good, Alex. I I mean, it's holding at 400, and we got there slowly enough that not too much. There's not too much panic selling, but it gets shaky below this point. A lot of people, and it's bouncing right now, which is going to instill a little bit of confidence. It couldn't run back up, right? It's going to take a few tests of 400, most likely, to truly fail. Back to 90 this week. Yeah, I think by like Wednesday, we'll probably see the 90s. If not today. And we've already tested under 100. But like the lower 90s, below our resistance at 98, which 98.30. We have our next resistance to the downside is 93.80. I think it's definitely possible for us to hit the low resistance this week. No problem, Alex. I stepped away for most of the morning. Is today worth opening short, long-term plays, or am I better off doing other stuff? I mean, you've kind of waited a little too long. You might want to just take the day off. The rest of the day is going to be kind of unpredictable at this point. We might see a bounce, but it'll probably just stagnate back to the levels it was at earlier in the day. Like, I don't have a lot of confidence in the current bounce on the SPY. You could try to play the $400 crossover. It's risky, though. Weekly GME CSP is at 90, safe-ish. Probably, yeah. I assume you're trying to avoid assignment at 90. CHTR? Oh, Charter Communications. It's a nice reversal. Utility, I mean, they have a monopoly. Good value. I could see money coming into this. Yeah, a move back to 550 is not out of the question, I don't think. It's already at prices almost as cheap as the COVID crash. So it does look good for recovery from here. Might take a while though. It doesn't trade heavily. So, you know, make sure you have time. I think time's the most important thing here. Yeah, BBBY is on the same OPEC cycle as GameStop historically and recently. It's you know, it also moved to March as well. The supports on your GME chart don't reflect what you just said. I think they do. Yeah. I clear the supports on Webull all the time because I use it actively. So I don't have like the long-term resistances there. But 108.14, 98.90, 93.62 on the downside. That's why I post that chart in the daily DD every day. These are a lot of these are like local support and resistances from over time. And every once in a while I just delete them all and rebuild them. I'm not really using Webull as an analysis platform, right? It's just for intraday trading and watching the stock. If OPEX isn't punted, and OPEX, we only have one point of confirmation for OPEX being moved out a month, right? This is the first time this ever happened. Otherwise, OPEX has always occurred previous to this last run during the quarterly the quarters in between quad witching, right? So February, March, or February, May, August, November, as opposed to where OPEX occurred this time, which was in March, which would indicate, you know, June, October, December. No, September, December. So this is the future cycle. This was the first time we'd had an OPEX occur in March. So right now, you know, the expectation is that the cycle has moved forward. And based on the amount of obligations they're building up, I would say that our OPEXs are likely going to fall in, you know, March, June, September, December. And this could be due to the shift from the Russell 1000 or Russell 2000 to the 1000 going into this year. And what we saw last year were kind of the aftershocks of the initial positions from last January. But it is hard to say. So there should be some expectation for May OPEX still because we still only have 1 point of confirmation, like I said. I think the best way to approach it is the expectation that it will fail But having some exposure to it, even if just temporarily, may not hurt. Yeah, I don't really see another way to approach it because it's still an unknown. There's not enough historical data to support a move. If we run again in June, that is a little more concrete. I moved half my July AMD calls down and out to Jan leaps this morning at a slight profit. I think I'll see another bounce to test 100 in the next few weeks to move out the rest. If the market bounces, right now it doesn't look good for anything. Inflation coming in higher could pump up the value of stocks a little bit. Maybe next week into next Wednesday, and then back down again for SLD. Why would they recall pre-vote? Would they risk increased obligations in June if that's when the shareholder meeting news will arrive? Possibly not. Like I said, we're watching May OPEX, but I wouldn't say that after what happened in Feb, I wouldn't say it's guaranteed that we're going to run. I think the ETF FTDs will give us some insight into that. If we start moving for the ETF FTDs between the 11th and the 19th, it's less likely we're going to see a run for March OPEC or May OPEX because they'll have relieved pressure on the cycle, and then they'll be able to additionally compound it through the OPEX period. Which is what we saw in Fab, essentially. Is that they got the price high enough that they could, roll forward those obligations one more month. Ultimately, I do think that they cannot push those obligations beyond the index rebalancing that occurs through quad witching. So there is kind of a cutoff to how far they can kick the can. But anytime you think you have a handle on exactly what they're capable of, I think you're making a big mistake because they'll figure out something new. So don't be overconfident with any of it. I'm using the secured overnight financing rate to use as my risk-free rate. Are you using the daily rate or moving average of the SOFR? What's the daily rate for margin, I assume? Can Buffett even lose on a trade? When every time he announces a position in a stock, it jumps 30 to 40%. It must be nice. I mean, yeah. When they say someone has the power to move markets, he's one of the guys they're talking about. So watch for my calls to double in value and then let them expire worthless. Alternatively, set stops on your calls and don't play your position with the intent to, capitalize on greed and just take your profits reasonably and conservatively. Use those to expand your position or capital. What's this bounce from? The SPY hitting 400. What's the proportion of sell to buy ratio on GME in this trading session so far? Irrelevant and inaccurately tracked. It's pointless data because it's incomplete. Good IXIC. It's fast approaching pre-pandemic levels, but it looks like it's in free fall still. How much further can tech fall? Pretty far. Yeah, I don't care if deafen. I carry AMD products. That's dope. Lisa and Ryan sitting in a tree. Would you consider an acceptable PS ratio on an EV company right now? I don't know. It's not really a sector I care about that much. I wouldn't expect anything to be trading at like more than like a 200% premium to sales. I don't think there's currently any room for speculation. GME is my only hope to afford a home in Orange County, California. Looks like you got to move inland. No, you can wait for the housing crash and houses in Irvine go back to $300,000 when no one wants to buy them and they run out of water. No, it's a psychological level, meaning that once it is hit, it is more likely to be hit again, and we're more likely to fall through it. If we fall through 400 with any confirmation, I mean, a test of 399.50 is not a breakdown of 400. But if the 400 resistance on the SPY breaks down, it will encourage selling. Selling begets more selling. The more selling you get, the more fear you get. The more fear you get, the more selling you get. And that goes on and on and on. The put positions are already there to accelerate it and create the volatility, along with high frequency trading and, algorithmic stop loss hunting. Houses in Irvine are never going to go back to 300K. You never know. People said that in fucking 2006 too, right? They were like, "Oh, these houses will never be worth 50% of what they are now." And if they do go to 300K, I'm gonna buy some. I don't want to live in Irvine, but I'd buy some houses there. Who would riot? The people who bought them for 800,000? No, they'd get foreclosed on. Yeah, I don't even like houses. It's still, I mean, buy them that cheap. House of Detroit was a good investment in the 70s. Plenty are abandoned now. Yeah. Everyone thinks their fucking market's immune. It's not. Don't worry, climate change is taking all the house values down to zero eventually. Irvine is not the nicest place in Orange County. It's okay. Living near the beach is definitely better. Irvine's still hot as fuck. Yeah, I'd rather live in Newport than Irvine. Even Costa Mesa. Ooh, Jimmy doing a little inverse. I would not live in fucking Yorba Linda. Or Canada. The Canadian real estate market's just absolutely fucking ridiculous. I mean, they just need to push for desalination. They don't want to. They don't want to raise their taxes, but I don't see a choice. Thank you so much for getting me motivated on options. My GMECCs have set me up pretty well for August BBY calls. I'm pumped for June. Nice, man. Congratulations. High or low? Spy confirmed moving to all-time high soon. We'll see. Green end of day. Didn't they close down the water park in Irvine? It'll probably recover a little. Won't desalination drain the oceans? I think will last a while, JC. If you're gonna play the downtrend over the next year, what's the best play? Inverse ETF calls or spy puts? Spy puts. It won't. It probably. It may not move fast enough for the inverse ETFs to be profitable. Because remember, when you're buying options on inverse ETFs, you're buying a depreciating asset on a depreciating asset. The plankton's dying anyway. Rancho Santa Margarita. What's it like driving down that fucking highway for 45 minutes every day to get anywhere? Or do you just stay in Rancho Santa Margarita all the time? Work from home? Yeah, work from home's got to be a godsend to people in SoCal. I haven't like driven to an office in so long that I forget. Fuck that shit. Fucking 3 hour commute to work. Ugh. If there was one thing I hated about Southern California more than anything, it was the amount of your life spent in your car with the sun in your fucking eyes. Is there a clip where you explain wheeling? No. I'm trying to explain it to a friend of mine. I want to send a video. Tell him you sell cash secured puts and collect premium and hope you never get assigned. If you do get assigned, you sell covered calls. But the goal is to just never be assigned. I accidentally fat fingered the dislike button. Got a notification that my feedback was shared with the creator. Oof. Love the stream. Thanks for what you do for the community. And anyone who hasn't, please hit the like button. Thank you so much, Riku Suave. I appreciate it, man. I'll never work there for that reason. Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. 405, all of them. It doesn't matter. Pick one. Name a freeway. It's awful on all of them. Can you talk more about the rando girl from your return flight home? Uh, not right now. If you can take the toll roads to work, you're in kind of a nice spot. Can you get called away on CCs even though they're out of the money? Sure, that can happen. Wi-Fi for Fane. If it does, congratulations, because it would mean that you've sold your shares for more than they're worth, and you can now buy more. I did, but there were people on my return flight. My flight out there was empty. It was just me. Got a 380 12 gig for 800 after listening to your financial advice. Thank you. I have a 380 Ti. I mean, good job, I guess. I'm just fucking with you, dude. Congrats, man. I'm glad you finally got your video card. What do you suggest to someone who's back in the office and cannot actively watch their trades anymore? Learn to use stop limits and make sure you have all your brokerages on your phone. Take extra long shits. That's You have to define your trades very well if you're not able to watch them. Brokerages with more. Why are you naming all the California freeways, JC? Corsair holding pretty good in this market. I'm dissatisfied with my Corsair headphones, so now I don't like the company anymore. Those are just OC freeways. No, they're not. The 5 and the 405 are in OC LA. The five's insane. The 5 goes all the way up to like fucking Oregon. And I don't think the 605 is in fucking Orange County at all. It like starts in Seal Beach or fucking Long Beach. Where does it connect? Garden Grove, maybe? I forget where it connects with the 405, like the beginning of it. But that goes like all the way the fuck out into the desert. 5 goes all the way to Canada. There you go. And Mexico. Both ways. PCH is only in the OC. No? I mean, it's only called Pacific Coast Highway there, I guess. It's Route 1. But it also goes all the way the fuck up. I'm pretty sure you can drive PCH like all the way up to like Morro Bay. Is Kirkland's in the short basket? Maybe. Yeah, it goes up to like Eureka, right? That's a weird town. Thoughts on Disney? I don't like it. Arcadia's even stranger. Market fixed? No, not by any means. I think there's this like expectation that's unfounded in the market right now that like like vacation travel is going to pick up and people are going to be going places and doing things all summer. And I think people are broke and know the economy's fucked and are saving their money. I think people are a lot more cautious than they were back in like '07, '06. Yeah, I'm pretty jacked, Matthew. Plunge protection team, PPT, protect the rich from the plunge tomorrow. It's probably more accurate. Hormel, same like Campbell's. Yeah, probably. Campbell's is really well run. That's why I bought it. I would need to look more into Hormel if I wanted to own them for any extended period of time. I mean, not really OPEX, but yes, the price, it can create juiciness. This price suppression creates the juicy OPEX. But the ETF FTDs really aren't going to have like an effect on OPEX either way. Thoughts on HD? Solid value. Everyone may have union issues coming up. I, honestly, I mean, I agree, Rex, but I also think people are cutting back on a lot of expenses. It's called an octothorpe. I knew that. Where's Victor? Tesla dead? Yes. Looks like I want to use SOFR moving average as my risk-free rate. That makes sense if you're, especially if you're holding positions longer. I feel like there'd be a lot of risk with using the daily rate. I can't honestly say I've ever paid attention. I still don't know the context. I think because of inflation, we're seeing a delay in the data. Probably. I think the inflation data is already unreliable. Real inflation's likely higher than reported. But also, reported inflation isn't. A lot of it is mostly swayed by sectors which aren't going to be fixed with interest rate increases. Plant shutdown potential over the summer. They're offering me a lot of money to return to work right now. I almost can't pass it up. Sounds like you shouldn't pass it up. Leukonosynophilifications? That's a terrible word. Why do you think GB is down so much more today than BBY? Because they're not the same fucking stock. Also, BBY trading at a price equivalent to like GME trading at $50. Do you think Party is a buy under $1? No. JJG, wheat. You can look for like cereals companies like General Mills, Post. So I think they're owned by somebody. Anybody who produces flour. There's a lot of ways to get exposure to wheat. If the wheat ETF is a fully manipulated scam, awesome. I don't know. I don't really play earnings Jets fan. I I took like kind of a cursory glance at earnings last night. I didn't see anything too exciting. AMC's today, so buy puts on that probably. It's shit. What hood long position? I don't own any fucking hood. Palantir a buy? Eh. Oh, okay. Are you trying to do oh shit. Like delta neutral for American options contracts as opposed to using Black Scholes? Thank you so much, Meditation. You too, man. Anybody want an after hours watch party in the Discord for AMC? The normal routine is to watch cores look more and more depressed as the call goes on. Why? He doesn't even own any of the stock, right? They're in the infinity pool, average Joe. Later, DV. I think anybody still stupid enough to follow Matt Kors at this point has cemented their understanding of the financial markets trash. I don't think he'll ever have to give up his grift. He's locked in. I don't know if there's any inflationary force on Disney Plus subscriptions, Matthew Hodge. They don't like manufacture anything. You do TA on USO? Looks like it's heading for a bullish breakout, just like oil futures. On the daily. A breakout of 82 to 16. I don't know how high it's going to go, but it looks like it's going to break out soon. Although pretty much everything oil or with oil exposure kind of looks like that right now. The whole market's pretty much moves in sync. He's being groomed by Fox extremists to be the future Kramer. He's already there. Bought a position, 165 shares of GME at 116 to play the FTD bump. Should I sell now and just wait until OPEC's June run, or is there still a chance for a 130 test? Why did you buy shares at 116 for the FTD bump? Okay. I mean, there's a chance to get back above 116. I don't think you need to sell at a loss. Also, the ETF FTD bump is next week. Mostly. This Thursday through next week. Does it have any new content, or is it just movies and Disney Channel reruns? It's mostly that. They have some new content. When it's cheap, DD7, sub $100 tends to be a very good time. There was an opportunity to buy some today. You tell Professor Nutmeg Nuts to stop stealing JFresh's DD. I'll let him know. I imagine if you wait, you can get it sub 100 again. If you're patient, yes. They do data analytics, essentially. Um, Palantir does. Through government contracts. mostly. Very similar to Snow, if you're aware of that company. I don't really have favorite indicators. I have indicators that I consider reliable to the extent an indicator is reliable, which is minimal. The Jimmy Sub 100, what's the better investment, buying 10 shares or 1K on a contract? I mean, on expenditure versus returns, the contract is way better, right? But even one long contract versus something like a bull credit spread, you know, ugh. If not indicators, what do you use? Everything available. I use technical and fundamental analysis. Just using technical analysis isn't going to get you very far. You also need to understand macro and microeconomic conditions, not only within the sector, but the overall market. Think of indicators as one piece of mini in a puzzle. Indicators RTA. Sort of. Oscillators are smoothed data averages. So they are and aren't technical analysis. It depends on how you define technical analysis. I don't even know who those people are, Kenneth B. Volunteer Prime for a buyout at this price. Maybe. I could see it happening. They have a lot of debt, though. I don't know if anyone wants to pay it off. Elliott Waves and Boom Hunter Lovers. And they're both fucking. Neither one of them know their shit at all, so good luck to them. Did Palantir see their own 20% stock drop coming? I don't know. See if insiders start buying. Why is Ryzen one of your stream hashtags? I think it's from last week. It was a joke for AMD earnings, and I forgot to remove it. Do you know what a boomhauer is? From King of the Hill? Kathy doubled down on Hood. Same as Final Nail and Casket? I don't know. Same as Cheap Buy-In? I actually don't hate a lot of Kathy's more recent buy-ins. T-Doc was a good one. She bought too high, but I don't know. If she averages down, she's in a good spot. Hood is very cheap and probably not going out of business. I know everyone wants them to, but it's unlikely. Most of their users that cared have left, and the rest don't give a shit. I think Good's a hit. Hood is a good acquisition play. Yeah. Someone like Goldman who wants exposure to all that PFOF. Although they've spent so much money trying to regulate it into the ground that maybe it would just be throwing good money after bad at that point. In your opinion, how low is the SPY headed? It's hard to say. I could see it heading down to like 320, potentially. I don't think it's out of the question. Looks like the bull flag failed with today's market ouchie down downs. Yeah, I mean, from a technical standpoint, it doesn't look great. But their earnings were phenomenal. I'm sure that if there's an opportunity for some speculation and value to be realized on AMD, people will take it. So any turnaround or rally in the market will probably see AMD's price climb significantly, like outperforming, I would expect. When do you think GME could be fundamentally worth 250 or equivalent after the split? I mean, first of all, we don't know the split ratio, so there's no way to tell. And what you're really asking is, can GME realize a market cap significantly greater than its own? Probably like significantly greater than what it currently has. I would say probably 3 to 5 years. 2 to 4 now. It'll depend heavily on revenue from the NFT marketplace when it's released. I did know that about Randy, Average Joe. Citadel shorting Hood? I wouldn't be surprised. They fucked them last January. We're looking to play ETF FTDs. Are you selling some CSPs as part of that? Yep. I'm gonna sell CSPs, buy long calls. Bull credit. Do we see any FTD covering so far? I mean, we have like 2 million volume today. Maybe more. Yeah, just over 2 million volume today. So we're definitely seeing an uptick in FTDs, and we're seeing volatility from them being covered. But yeah, this is pretty standard, right? Dip, flat midday, large put interest. Probably a small rise into close. I'll aim to push down below 100 tomorrow. They may, given all the put interest they have open right now, they may try to push down below 100 today, which would be interesting. Like, really try to push it down. When does end of GameStop Q2? Is it June or July? I think it's July. For they're like, for their fiscal periods. When do you enter into GME long calls? Later this week, probably. Why below 11 by tomorrow? I'm still holding $12 puts from Friday. Thanks in advance. Possible. There's a pretty decent slide on BBBY down to like 10. But there's also a lot of sold puts at 12 and 11. So I don't know how long it'll sustain these prices before the longs push back to protect their sold put position. Kind of like, remember when we went low, really low on GameStop and the longs started selling all those puts? And we're like, oh, we're going to hold this because the longs sold all their puts there. I think it was like $97 at the time. And then we held until the end of the week because the longs sold their puts there. They'll push back if they want to protect those positions and make sure they expire out of the money. Wait till June open. I mean, when they do. Aren't June's open? June's already open, dude. What do you mean June OPEX? I don't know. I mean, it's risky, obviously. I'm still gonna play it, but it's definitely risky. I don't suggest other people do it. Damn, 2024 calls are so expensive. I mean, are they? Like, if you think about them relative to the price of GameStop currently, like, even at $148 a share, that's not even that bad, right? Like, I don't know why anybody's buying for 2024, but if you are, do you think the SPY will bounce? Maybe a little. See if it holds like 400 and $400.80, 40.80. Sold a CSP, $15 CSP, back when it was trading around 15, so break even is 13.98. Any downside to just keep on rolling this on a weekly basis if I think we're gonna go back up soon? No. You don't get the shares if it goes back up? Do you have any SPY puts or VIX contracts? I have SPY puts. I have them at 300, 350, and 4. Not a huge position though. Like I think like 10 grand total. They're for July or June rather. Sorry. They're up today. I don't know if I'm gonna carry them overnight. The VIX. The problem I have with VIX is I bought into my VIX stuff on the last big run on the SPY, and I've been holding it ever since. So I've because we keep dropping, right? Like there was no turnaround really. So I've been holding like my VIX contracts since like back here, like 420, right around there, when we broke out and retested for like 450. And so I don't normally I refresh them every SLD cycle, right? I just like take my profits and then SLD clears up and the SPY moves back up again and I play the long side of it. But we didn't do that this time really. We just keep going fucking down and VIX keeps remaining elevated. So I'm kind of getting into a tricky situation here where I'm, under 120 DTE till my VIX contracts expire. Um and I really don't have the capital to allocate to buying more. So I kind of would like to see like just a big correction happen so we can get a little bit of a rebound and I can feel confident closing those, but I don't want to like close them and open more at a higher price if things really start to move to the downside. It's tricky. It's tricky. I don't like it. I played protective puts today on GME and they're fine. It doesn't, I mean, like, it's not like you're gonna really affect the downside here. They bought so much put OI last Friday that retail's contracts really aren't gonna matter. I bought in, and when the SPY bounced, I got out at like 50% up. $700 in calls to protect me from, or well, not $700 in calls. Like, let's see. How much of my losses did I offset? A little bit of lost, like, 500 grand today, almost. Jesus. I hate the days where we have big drops. It's not fun. I bought my BBY at 32 and sold it 11.15. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. It seems like a you problem. Yeah, I'm fine, Twin Peaks. Question is, do I sell CSPs now at 95? $90? 445 a contract. $6 buy-in. We sell 95s. I think I wait till the 11th. Probably. The question is, do we drop below 95 into a Friday and stay there? Dogecoin to a penny. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I hedged it, Yaga, to some extent, so I didn't fully lose 500k. Still a rough day. I'm not really losing anything because my cost basis is much lower, but it's still shitty. I don't think your water bottle is big enough. I agree. I'm looking for a larger one, but they don't seem to be handheld after a certain point. Then I'll have to get like a tap or maybe like suspend it from my ceiling and drink from it like a gerbil. Just get like one of those, like the little spouts with the ball bearing in the end and just lick it really fast. Could be good practice for other stuff. You mean like taking profits off the SPY? Yeah. Isn't that just the Wendy's apprenticeship? There's something about camelbacks that I just don't like. I think it's the enclosed nature of the device that makes me feel like it's a just a receptacle for bacteria to grow. You are a master debater, MTB Dork. I have to agree. You don't need a camel bag when you have a bidet. Yeah, but I wash it. Like, I wash it every day, Bob. It's easy to clean. You don't like camel bags? You mean to tell me you have an elitist attitude toward water condoms that make your water taste like feet and are excellent breeding grounds for algae and the like? Yeah, just get a keg full of water and practice your keg stands while you hydrate. Like solo keg stands? I've never tried to do that. Ow, fuck. Camelbacks seem like an enema bag. A dead cat bounce is likely tomorrow on the spy. Do you understand what that term means? How does the puts cost like shares? Yeah, my toe's still fucked up. And now my wrist is fucked up too. I hurt my wrist last night doing things. Like that. Remember when I was moving and I fucking fell on it and probably broke it? I think it's still broken. I just like, I don't want to go to the doctor. It's like, it's all the way over there. There's people there. They all have COVID. Camelback soup. Possibly, Shane. I don't want to place blame this early into things, but yeah, I think so. Thanks for the advice, Trash. I'm ambidextrous. I'm alright. Yeah. I can write with both hands. Sort of. Actually, I think my left hand has neater handwriting. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I obviously I write better with my right hand, but pretty close with the left. You guys can write sometimes, CJ. Looks like it's time to move forward on crypto derivatives. Talk to me about the derivatives in crypto you're gonna play, Gaff. I have not made a bad GME trade since the disappearance of the bolometer. Coincidence? I think not. Did you buy puts today? I did. It saved my ass. I sold them. I kind of wish I'd held them, but it's fine. Don't yank so hard. You're down today. This is stop getting caught up in the moment. Down today, same like up a couple weeks from now. Either way, you're probably gonna hold. Bitcoin volatility swaps with alternative redemption via GME stock. Quit. You're gonna get shids and farts back in here. So you're saying keep. Oh, you're down on July AMD 100s. Oh, you're probably fucked. Are we crying about August calls already again? I don't know why. They're not even open yet. People are already sad their August calls are down and they're not even, they can't even buy them. You think it'll be a slow downturn or a fast, vicious one? Kyle Duggan, if I could predict fucking market crashes, I wouldn't be here doing this shit with you guys. I mean, I would, but like on Twitter and having people pump and dump my stocks. The billionaire way. Is your dad Ray Dalio? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no way to tell how fast fear will accumulate or how strong the sell off will be. Crab mentality. That's fine. We don't want to be here with you anyway. That's not true. It's not that I don't want to be here. It's just that if I had that much money, I wouldn't waste my time. I'd have like billionaire things to do and islands to visit and yachts to be on. You're loading up on GME shares calls at these low prices. These prices aren't that low. They're low, but relatively, we could go lower. It has nothing to do with being a waste of time, Gordy. Stop being sensitive. There's just like a hierarchy of things I'd also be doing, and those would outweigh this. Billionaire things like buying Twitter, placing a counter offer on buying Twitter, trash down Sage of Nebraska. People are being all sad about their August GME calls. Meanwhile, I'm down 22K on a six-figure investment on the day for unrealized losses on August oil futures contracts. Rough. Did you buy the peak? I'm not streaming AMC earnings. Please stream AMC earnings. Please, God, please. Only if I'm invited to co-host the Twitter space with Tara Bull. That was a joke. Those things are absolute cringe fests. The amount of copium is just unfucking real. So it's okay, guys. Adam Aaron really needs to retire really, really bad. That's why he keeps selling the peak. But just hold. Who is terrible? OnlyFans entrepreneur slash uh greatest investor of this year. Please do this. You stream a reaction to Cora's streaming the AMC earnings. I thought he sold all his shit and was like turning his back on the AMC crowd. Who's the OnlyFans greatest investor of this year? Pelosi? No, it's her husband. The OnlyFans is mostly just watching him get cucked. People are into it though. Supposedly next month they're having a big event where he gets punished for buying Roblox calls. He's gonna get spanked pretty hard, I think. But for the YouTube picture, you need an image of you pointing to the top right and saying "Wow." I don't want those. 90 CSP safe. Not today or tomorrow. Uh, Wednesday, maybe, depending on where we're trading at. Need to add politicians getting spanked over inside trading to my list. Imagine, imagine trading on inside information and still fucking up the play. You need to add incoming to every video description. Dude, I don't care about building a fan base on YouTube. If I did, I'd be nice and like less antagonistic. I'd be like, oh, it's really cool that you have 2 dogs. Tell me about them. I love dogs. That kind of stuff, you know?
Or like, you know, come out in support of pineapple pizza and AMC. I can't stand dogs. It's like it's like adopting your own simp. It's the worst. No offense, simps. I just wouldn't adopt you. Don't like dogs. Disliked. Unsubscribed. Get the fuck out of here. I didn't ask you to come here in the first place. It wasn't like I was like, hey, come be on my stream every day and give me money every month. You did that on your own. Should I buy Ada or Soul? ADA is probably better at the current prices. Solana's in a weird spot. I think it's either gonna rocket and they're gonna centralize all cryptocurrency, which is more likely, or it's just gonna fail massively. Didn't even unwatch. Market tanking, Gurk being mean. I don't know if I can take this anymore. You'll be okay, Sage of Nebraska. You are actively growing a fan base. They're all just masochists. No. Do you think RC will be buying again at these prices? Why do people give a shit? The number of people out there that think that RC's fucking 100,000 share buy-in triggered the last run is astounding. I canceled Jimmy CSPs because my cost basis is 71. What can I do, Gurk? Yes, you can walk in. Just don't get assigned on them. If you do get assigned on them, make sure that the premium is like the premium plus assignment is lower than your cost basis. Like if you sold a CSP at 75 in the money when we were trading at 73 and you had gotten assigned, you would have bought your shares at like 68, 69 maybe. How high am I? Completely sober. Always pretty much completely sober. Sometimes I get drunk, but that's it. And that's pretty rare. It's because you labeled the run-up on a chart as RC buy-in to show the time. That doesn't mean it caused the run-up. I mean, it did last January to an extent, but he bought a lot, not 100,000 shares. 100,000 shares is nominal. We've traded 2.3 million today. Coffee, too. Don't forget Coffee, Morrowind player. Are you trying to tell me there's some sort of standard market mechanic and predictable obligation cycle that caused the run up and not Daddy RC helping us all fix the market? Yeah. I mean, no, why would I ever? Sorry. Of course. Am I shadow banned or muted again or something? I don't know. Let me look back and see if maybe I just missed your comment. Hey, user. JFresh said something about the SPY being a tease that I didn't see previously. I don't see anything from you, a user. Try again. Try right now. Just say hi. Don't use any words or adjectives. Not you, BDiz. A user. Dicks. $100K shares in the open market is a lot. Any big buy on a lit exchange is gonna bump us. Yeah, but like $3. But he was here last week. What do you mean, where's he been? CSCO, lower low. This is it. The end times are upon us. Did you see the fucking yield hitting 10-year highs? All-time highs, I think. The 10-year bond yields. All-time highs. I'm gonna fucking full port into bonds. Let's go. No, I'm kidding. Oh, there he is. I see you. I see you, a user. You're lost in a sea of other people saying hi. We switch from live chat to top chat and you don't see your own message, it was auto blocked. Ooh. There you go. What's the break even on Dash Pass meals I gotta get per week in order to make sense? I feel like you've done the math on this. In New York City, the fees are really, really high, so it only takes me like 2 meals a month to pay for the Dash Pass. And I usually, I probably order off of it like 3 times a week. Although, DoorDash isn't my favorite one because it doesn't have a lot of the restaurants I like. Do you use an abacus to find GME's delta neutral? You could, you need a really big abacus, but you could just kind of align all the call and put OI, and then just like find the middle line. Maybe lay it over a chart. Put a chart behind it. I still have like a 8-foot whiteboard in storage for drawing my own charts. How dare you ignore my hi? I'm sorry, Elon. Just tweet it at me next time. Is the SPY fucking with me at this point? Just because I bought a few spreads? Yeah, it's going to trade sideways now. You're not shadow banned. Down the donkey man. Watched Friends with Benefits last night and thought of you. Thanks. Was I is that the one with Ashton Kutcher? Is that why you thought of me? I know it's the one with JT. I'm trying to remember. Have I seen that movie? I know Mila Kunis is in it. Maybe not. JT is not the best actor. Over the superior slide rule, unliked, unsubscribed, and unwatched. Thank you so much, Kyle, intraday cup and handle guy. CSPs on TQQQ until I get assigned. That's a strategy that people do. It's one of people's, because it has fairly high IV, so people like to wheel it. Put on Renko candles and divide ATP2 for the block size. It really does block all the noise out. I know. They don't have Renko on WeBull. You can also just switch to like OHLC 4 if you really want to fucking block all the noise out. It's the one with Kutcher that is the shittiest movie ever. No, I said Elon, not you. Have you seen Alpha Dogs? I have. He's not even the best actor out of the Mouseketeer abuse victims. Thoughts on Jesse Eisenberg? Creeps me out. Like, if I was a girl, I wouldn't go on a date with that guy. The butterfly effect is it's an interesting story. I don't know if any of the actors in the movie are any good. Like the acting in the movie is terrible. The story is awesome. Thanks for everything you taught me, Pickle. Now if you could humiliate me for my $12 weeklies on BBY, that'd be great, not financial advice. You bought $12 weeklies when the market's crashing. But if you were a dude, you would? No. He creeps me out as a dude. He's got like a really strong like serial killer vibe going on. Vanilla Sky, also a good story with Tom Cruise in it, unfortunately. Jamie from Trade Spotting make a good actor. I don't know. He has a lot of emotion. Nothing brings me more joy than you laughing at other people's terrible positions. I mean, they make me happy. I don't think the butterfly effect is a true story, Tim. We've been in the same position before and then reached all-time highs. I mean, we've only reached all-time highs once. But yes, I agree that, we can bounce from a correction and that, it's not necessarily all dead. But you do have to remember that it's a little more fucked every time, Matthew. The bears are waking up from hibernation. They will suffocate the bulls. Slowly, maybe, but eventually. The bears are inevitable. Insert bears dancing to sweet dreams. What's up, Pterodactyl? You look like you just woke up. What's your biggest X gains? Like multiple? 100? 110? Never happens with positions that I'm fucking balls deep on. Jimmy like late Feb into early March was on options was pretty close to that much. 40 to $350. Here's a smile for you. Remember a couple of months ago when you said not to buy Bobby Mays? Oh, BBBY May calls? Well, mine expire this week and next. Why did you hold them so long? First off, why didn't you sell them in fucking March during the run up? Too greedy. I see that. Uh, don't don't make that mistake again. Boring. Options are for profits, not for faith. Don't don't believe in your options contract. It'll fuck you. Yeah, I like that. Someone put that in my quote book. Write believe in bold and italicize it. In your paper account. Lessons were learned from Freg's Day 2.0. There wasn't supposed to be a Freg's Day 2.0. Got you, fam. Quote. Someone put that in my quote book. Kirk5922. I never said that, Fluffiosa. Slander. Actually, libel. Post on Twitter challenging trades to a rugby game or something. I don't really understand how Twitter works, and so it's very difficult for me to stir up Twitter wars. I've tried a couple times. and have ultimately just failed. I tweeted at Adam Aaron that he was a crook once, and that got a lot of people going. And then I was right again and again and again. And they still keep buying more of his stock. It's astounding. Just the hurdles that they have to leap through to keep holding that bag of shit. Stop misquoting me, Trash Dan. What are we talking about? Palantir? No. Thank you for the Airbnb call. You killing it? Good job, Ryan. Reminds me of your 628K unrealized gains last year. Listen, November was rough. Okay, Roaring Kitty. Don't remind me about November. Bam, same like bag holder. Fellow bag holder, FB. Friends with benefits. Has anyone tried telling short hedge funds that no one puts baby in a corner? No. You can get their contact information from their website and send them a letter. Nice, Nick. Oh, god damn it. You guys are photoshopping comments. TikTok financial advice, same like Shoe Shiner giving financial advice. Actually, you know what? I feel like the Shoe Shine guys probably have better market insight. They're listening to all the, the inside trader talk all day. Can someone loan me $500? I mean, if you got a camera and feet, I'm sure you could find that $500 somehow. Maybe this is just one big bear trap. I mean, that's what a market crash is. It's a really big, long bear trap. What are you scared of? Creation suspended for VXX. It doesn't have creation. It's a ETN. So they don't really have any, they don't have like a flexible float. They have to request to increase their float size. But it is detached from its like asset class. PPT sends their regards. Jesus Christ. Bet you they're internalizing all those retail buy orders. Who wants to make bets that Dix is up again tomorrow? Fucking Dix is gonna be rocketing this week. Thoughts on BBY leaps right now? I have a couple 20C Jan 23 that are down 50%, but thinking about adding more. Yeah, you generally average down leaps because you have so long till expiration. What's the point of, fucking selling them and trying to get low? Like, are you gonna ever get a lower price? Maybe, but you could just average down at that price too. Yeah, there's no point in getting out of them. If they're significantly cheaper than your buy-in, just average down. If you're confident in your thesis, that is. Otherwise, you would bail. Girthy dicks. PPT, same like hedging. PPT, same like it's fucking bullshit that I put in a daily DD and people have run fucking wild with it ever since. It's not going to be easy for the SPY to break below 400. But every time we test it, it's becoming more likely it will. I don't think it's not the only thing SS doesn't understand. That's not true. Some people do. It's just most don't. You fluffy SA, but it's untenable. They're just too far away. Potential for SPY bottom off 400 on the 15-minute. SPY double bottom off 400? Sure. I'm either crazy or a genius. Just bought SPY 410C. It's a little overly bullish. I would have targeted nearer the money. Did you loot your water bottle from an Elden Ring boss? No.
Only on the SPY can you purchase zero DTE 3 times a week. Yeah, I know. QQQ too, right? Actually, and I think DJI. Uh, yeah, sorry. I think this has. Oh no, this doesn't have them. SPY does. You can get them on VIX. CBOE VIX has intra-week options, and then I think QQQ does on some brokerages. I don't know if they have it on here. Yeah, they have it on here. Dance Monkey, what do you think I pay you for? Went about that the wrong way. I'll never look at the 15-minute again. Spy falls down and nobody around to hear it. Is it because 24/7 any day weeklies at 1 a.m. with Kirk? Dude, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and trade some Spy with people. Good times. When do you get some sleep? Basically never. Do you consider it good quality sleep, which is sufficient to keep you running for the next day? Or do you think your situation is unsustainable? Um, Occasionally it becomes unsustainable, and then I just take like a children's melatonin and pass out for 16 hours. Spy chops seem like institutions offloading to bag holders before the power hour dump. Could be. During a market crash, do commodities inverse the stock market, or do they typically crash too? Well, let's look. Let's check out like steel on the weekly. Go back to 2008. So this was the market like crash period here. Um, so commodities ran super fucking hard, and then everyone bailed, and then they tanked. Or gold. Gold slightly outperformed, but then continued to rise through the rest of the recession. Um, Crude, yeah. This one hasn't been around long enough. I don't think I can look at forward contracts on here. SMO. I think of a good ETF. Only goes back to like end of 2008. It's hard to tell because it was just a massively different price back then. Um, Peaks when the overstock had such a huge squeeze. It didn't. GME's already squeezed harder than overstock. This was like the peak of the overstock squeeze. Right, was it right here? It wasn't that crazy. GameStop went from fucking like $4 to 480. Like the sneeze in January outperformed the overstock squeeze. You call 4 to 480 a squeeze? Yeah, it's possible. Zom gonna crash in the market. I'm long Zom for life, but considering taking some profits, I don't think so. I think oil prices will continue to rise until the summer. Now that I've tried frozen Charleston chews, I can never go back to the normal. Interesting. Remember that SS thesis that said if the market crashes, GME moons because Citadel loses its collateral from short positions? LOL. Yeah. Thoughts on GME if SPY does a correction? Did you say correction or crash? Hold on. SPY does correct crash. I mean, GameStop's price will drop massively in the short term. It's very unlikely that we'll see any share recall due to selling because most of GME held institutionally is held in ETFs. But we'll probably see some. I don't know if it'll cause any large recalls though. That would be the best hope is that institutions recall to sell their shares, which would trigger a squeeze. Potentially. What's your favorite SS incorrect conspiracy? Oh, it's a toss up between the bat threatening his own life and DRS threatening their own life. I really don't know the correct answer to that. The only correct answer is Brazilian puts. The Brazilian puts were pretty funny. Wu-Tang Dividend was hilarious. Bastille Day. I mean, we could do this all day. I don't want to. I don't want to get into it.
It's almost like in a world where, in-depth education and knowledge of financial systems matters, that random people's opinions on the internet are bullshit. But, maybe they're right. I like to read papers on physics written by McDonald's employees. Can you give your short opinion on DRS? It de-risks volatility positions and makes sure that you can vote sooner. Also, the amount of money people pay in fees is making computer share very profitable. So, isn't that the origin story for flat Earth theory? Possibly. This day and age, it's quite possible someone with a physics degree can only find work at McDonald's. I know. Has anyone ever been to the center of Antarctica? I just want to get access to trade AH and PM. Oh, are you on Fidelity, Walk-in? I think on Fidelity you have to like fill out a thing to unlock it. Um, most brokerage is it's just part of it. Please, no, please don't talk about the lack of work for people with STEM degrees. I mean, it's kind of hard to get work in physics. It's mostly a like an academic path, right? No TDA. You just have to like just look up how to unlock it. There's usually like a risk assessment form or some bullshit you have to fill out. I don't use TDA, so I'm not really sure, Walk-in. But I'm sure if you ask around on like the Discord, someone will have an answer for you. I've puts on BBIG. Not much downside left, I think. Could you take a peek? What do you mean? There's $2.94 of downside left. No, I'm just kidding. But really there is. There's a pretty solid resistance here at like 2.1, like 210. I can see it falling to that. Why not? After this whole year, there's going to be and this is kind of an unpopular opinion in the investing world, but some of these SPACs, not this one, but some of these SPACs are way the fuck undervalued. Um, and after they clear out some of their debt, even though most of them are scams, some of them will actually be worth money one day. What happens to a put if a company gets delisted?
Why are you holding a put through it? You know that's like an event that's announced, right? Is 23andMe still viable? That's one of the ones I think is, yeah. I think their data will be quite valuable, Sean Connery. Just because shit is on the threshold list doesn't mean it's valuable or anyone wants to buy it. You know, frequently, I would say far more often than not, companies are shorted to zero with zero effect. No one cares and they die. Given the macroeconomic conditions, probably a lot of them. A lot of companies will be dying. Want my bags back? It's trying to crash, dork. You son of a bitch. Campbell's is up 5% on the blood red day. Giddy up. I know. I told people about Campbell's on March 6th. Where do you see GME in the next 6 months? I see it going up in the next two and then coming back down 2 months after that. And then probably going up near the end of that period that you're describing. In an ideal world. Your chart SR and resistance help me trade the SPY for 1K profit today. A couple weeks of disciplined trading, and I'm quitting my second job. Congrats, man. Make sure your returns are consistent. That doesn't seem like a very long testing period. Percent chance of us seeing 180 again this year? Pretty good. I mean, it may not be like 180 if it's post split, right? It might be like 60 or, 90. Stocks go up and down and then up and down. And then after that, it goes up and after down, followed by ups and downs. Trading is easy. Yeah, for the most part. My goal is an account with over 200K. I can replace my income with QYLD and O with 50% of the port. It's just my part time job, so I'd be okay either way.
That's a good, like, at least you have like a long-term, goal in mind. That's a good place to be. 2,500 Tesla 810 puts just bought. Besides that being a lot of moolah, what does this imply price-wise? People are bearish on Tesla because it's wildly overvalued and speculation is being crushed in the current market climate. And given that Tesla is probably the most speculated on stock, you know, puts. The logic behind shorting Tesla is solid. I know. People really like Elon, but the company's not that great. It's not $1,200 a share great. You roll in Amazon? I mean, what else am I gonna fucking do with it? I sold in the money covered call. The price has dropped. So I'll just keep rolling it in the money until it stops dropping. Show that graphic of all the companies you have to add together to achieve the same market cap that Tesla has, and you'll see how much future earnings are baked in today. It's a bit ridiculous. What's best case target, worst case target for GME until ETF FTD on the 19th? ETF FTDs are the 11th through the 19th. I would not expect them to generate a lot of interest on the 19th. Probably more in the middle area there. Likely the majority of it at the beginning of that period, given that those are the March 21, 22, 23 period, which are when our volume and price action were at their strongest. Is there a play for BB by May OPEX? You're looking out till June. I mean, I'd just buy in August. I don't give a shit when it happens. Just sell them when they're up. I mean, fucking August $15 calls are $1.61 right now. I mean, how low do you think BBY can go? 0? If they go out of business. I mean, I don't know. There's resistance to the downside. There's a slip possibly to 10, but there's going to be interest in protecting those sold calls. There's a lot of them. And long interest is already flooding in at the current prices. Like, I don't see it, sustaining the dip forever. I know it looks that way right now, but, you know, if you don't believe a stock is going to go up, why the fuck are you buying it? What do you think would happen if GME were to return to the R2K? What would that mean for the suspected GME related IWM FTDs and OW? It's interesting. I don't know. They'd be able to start clearing them if that is the case. If if they're just holding a massive amount of FTDs, in fucking, I just don't see that being the case. I feel like they've been clearing those obligations out through futures rollovers for months now. I don't believe in stocks. I buy stocks because you're buying them and you're gorgeous. Thank you, Ryan. It's a weird strategy, but to each their own. Are you done selling GMECC till after June? No. I'm gonna sell some on our next price bump. I'm just not gonna sell them into June, right? Like I'm gonna short dated calls. Short dated short calls. Be more specific there. Buy 400, May 20, put up 60%. Do you see it falling further? It definitely could. When are we expecting ETF covering again? Mid, late June? No? ETF FTDs? Or you mean OPEX? OPEX is in June. May and June. It's mid to late June. June 17th is the OPEX expiration, and then T+3 from there. The ones that we care about aren't actually every month, but okay. Let me throw $1,000 at Jimmy at its current price right now, so it can dip to 50 in the next few days. That's rough. Speculation on GME dropping below 90. Absolutely possible. Do you think June or May OPEX will be more in line with the run-ups we've seen? Based on the accumulation of obligations, I would say a June run is more likely currently. But both are possible. I probably plan to carry some exposure into May OPEX, although I don't have a lot of faith in it turning out well. What's your opinion on IV for BBY August calls and Jan 23s? They're cheap as fuck right now. BBY IV has been pretty elevated for about a year now, and it's trading in its average range. I don't think they play a lot of volatility positions on it. I told them to look at Japan Nikkei index from 1988 and compare to today. Their stock market index is down 30% today compared to where it was in 1988. Yeah. I mean, totally different economic conditions there. There's a lot of weird shit with their central bank, but yeah, it's I don't really know if you can draw that comparison. I mean, it's down from where it was, but it's not really the same, right? Way different monetary policies. Um, Airbnb breaks 120. Can I unzip my pants if it makes you happy? My puts are up pretty bigly. Kind of wish I bought more. I didn't realize it was going to drop this fucking hard today. I was thinking like maybe it had hit 125. Nope. It's actually just garbage. Overvalued trash. I might just go to 60. Like, honestly. Don't quote me on that, but it is really super overvalued, especially given current conditions. I don't think GME is going to see 40. We would need like a market crash for that to happen. Do I think the market crash is possible? Maybe, but it might not be, right? It can rebound still. I don't really like Mayo picks that much. We might see something, but I think they've moved it. Thanks, Secure. What's more likely prior to the anticipated ETF FTDs? We rebound to 110 or we drop to 90? I would say a drop into like the $98, $93 range before the ETF FTDs come due. They'll want to cover them at a lower price than they created them at, right? Definitely not a direct comparison this way. It's totally different conditions, I agree. But saying that there were speculators in 1988 saying that the moon was yet to come into the Japan stock market, and if they invested then they're 30% underwater over 30 years later. Yeah, I agree. That was not a good buy and hold. Although, I mean, I'm sure people have repositioned. Past performance is never indicative of future performance. I can't believe how few people are in Airbnb today. Given that you guys bugged me for weeks about not having enough short pickles picks, and then I give you just solid gold. Nothing. I don't even know why I bother. If I play 3x ETFs, it's generally very short term, or I'm buying them in the money very far out and super deep in the money, like my VIX positions. I think I'm putting my Philadelphia home on Airbnb. Would you rent it? Fuck no. Any picks for people who didn't read Pickles picks until now? No. EPAM holding that line. It is. Actually, the dip today is kind of nice. I think it needed to like just move back to like 3. And if I can get another entry around like 3, I might buy some more. Also, liquidity's picking up in the options chain, which is cool. Not a lot, but a little bit. Any update on the Long Island house of grandma? I have to go meet with them today, actually. There's an inspector and a appraiser. They're coming out. My lawyer hired. Spy is on life support. BTC is in hospice. I could see. I mean, if you have money for long short positions, like very long term short positions, on BTC, maybe like 3 to 6 months. Then, well, not very long term, I guess, but yeah, 3 to 6 months you could probably hit 18. Any chance your scanner picked up SPY? No. Way too much options interest and liquidity on the SPY for I think for that scanner to even pick it up. Does grandma live in the house still? No, she died forever ago. 6 or 7 years ago. Would you sell us some tokens that represent fractional ownership in the house? No. Unless that's how I start making my billions. Crypto timeshares. How low do you think it can go for an entry at this point? Pre ETF FTDs, I think like 93. Post ETF FTDs, 80, maybe lower. Between May 20th and June 2nd, we could see some serious downside. If you had to become a mythical creature, what would you become? I think the only correct answer here is Minotaur. Because of the bullishness. Would you plan on waiting until tomorrow to get into short-term GME calls for May OPEX, or will you be getting them today? I was gonna wait till Wednesday, actually. Allie. That might be a mistake, but I don't think so. I don't know if the ghost grandma lives there. She died in a nursing home in like Westchester somewhere. I had to go to her funeral. Well, I guess I didn't have to go. I went. The food was good. Any chance we see some Feb 2021 action this June from the 80 potential lows to 350 split run up? No. I mean, maybe. It's possible, yeah. If we run from the shareholders meeting through. So from. Tricky. It'd be different. But I guess we could run from the shareholders meeting through June OPEX. It won't be the same. Not at all. Like the timing's totally different. Los Angeles is great, but why no love for the Bay Area? It's always cool, breezy weather. I can't stand the Bay Area. It's just chilly and gross. Everywhere is dirty and overpriced. It's like it doesn't even make sense. Like you're not getting what you pay for. I like the people in NorCal better than the people in SoCal, generally speaking. Except they say hella, which is disgusting. It's on my grandma's house. Bay Area is not NorCal. Keep my region's name out of your motherfucking mouth. No. Whenever someone says hella, I immediately think of Gwen Stefani. Isn't she from like Long Beach? Spy, same like Amber Heard. Shit in the bed. Anaheim. Oh, okay. Gwen Stefani is from the music video Holla Back Girl. She's original content. Why am I watching both of these tickers that are the same? Do I want to hold this 405 call? I really don't. Such a tough choice. I just buy another one. That's the solution. I saw you write that before, Surface Smurf. You don't have to repeat yourself. I read everything you guys write that doesn't get censored by YouTube. I just don't respond to all of it. You want me to respond to the double dicks comments, and I feel like it's kind of easy, and it was already on the table. Is today a good day to play Elden Ring instead of trade? If I close out my Airbnb pits, I think I can pretty much go do whatever I want. Respond to this. Fuck you too, Gaff. Spy breaks 399. Is that when we worry? Breaks away from. Not just like, oh, the spy's trading 10 cents below the line. It's really got to break down. But yeah, if it breaks down from 399, it's not good. There's something like burning in this room. What the fuck is that? Smoking in my fucking apartment? Hold on. I'll be right back.
I'm back. Oh, thank VWAP. I agree. What was burning? Just it's a long story. Use your oil drum of water to put out the fire. We have time. Spill the beans. Your port? I mean, yeah, partially. I'm gonna keep the beans to myself, I think. When book reading? What book do you want to read? You can tell us what was burning or the market questions. Choice is yours. No, someone was smoking in my apartment. How rude. I know. Like in and around my apartment. Read A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of puts. It was the worst of calls. Images from TFT set 7 are leaking. It looks interesting. Oh, cool. That's kind of how I feel right now. Like, who the fuck just casually smokes in someone else's apartment? No, it wasn't the crazy cat lady. It's okay. I found a sleeve of Oreo cookies and a glass of milk. We're gonna bring this market back one way or another. Why is someone in your apartment smoking? That's a longer story. Yeah, a piece of shit. That's who. Exactly.
Yeah, why would I just take a bite? It's an Oreo. It's tiny. It is a bite. Maybe you just have a small mouth. You think about that? You know, thoughts like, why don't you just take a bite of an Oreo is not how you get ahead in the market. You need to be able to internalize on a far larger scale. They're not double stuffed, which is disappointing. Rhino, I love the practical education we get from you and the no fluff approach, but you haven't speculated in a long while. A major change is about to happen with Gmail. Can you give us some realistic hopium here? Dream with us a bit. I did earlier. I said Ryan Cohen goes through all this shit and then reverse splits the stock. I like the setup. They're regular Oreos. Avoiding dirtying the keyboard, you have to gently place the entire object in your mouth. I know. Might grab 20k BTC puts on 624 expiration for 300. OI low though. Why is the OI low? Do people not think it's gonna tank? Maybe it's just that date. Candy cane JoJo's. You know the Trader Joe's Oreo cookies just don't taste good, right? We talked about this earlier. I clipped it. You guys can check it out when I said me going into the whole 7-minute spiel again. If Ryan Cohen reverse splits GME, it's gonna blow up the short volatility positions, and it could cause a Volgavana squeeze along with a share recall, which would be a nice recipe for what people define as MOASS. And then I would take my shirt off. Yes, this is you're correct. Actually, the date OI for 527 at the same strike. It's crazy. Betting on like a flash crash. That's yeah. 527 seems a bit fucking soon. Are they on like quarterly cycles for I've never really looked into crypto derivatives, but don't they have like a leap date where you can find more liquid strikes? I don't know what time it was, Anthony W, but you can I clipped it. It'll upload it later. Um but you can just like rewind till you find me writing on the screen at some point. I'm gonna do it a lot today, so You know, sometimes your smugness, when you say things, genuinely makes me hate you. You know, sometimes you are smugness. You want to take a minute with that? Definitely not Girk's Bull Mayo guy. If when SpyCorrect crashes with increased rates, do people panic so much about it? Assuming you have capital to buy the dip, isn't it a good opportunity? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people, I mean, a lot of people are long at the top, right? And so for them, there's a lot of risk on the table, which is a lot of what causes the panic. Also, people pulling money out to then buy the bottom drives further panic. Repositioning. I mean, that's, you can kind of think of a market crash as just that, right? Repositioning, and over time they've been shorter and shorter in duration because the market is more and more institutional and more speculative. So the bear markets, I would say, over time seem to last a shorter duration. You're too smart for your own good. That I've been told before. I never believed it. It's probably not very smart. My bad. Let me rephrase. Your smugness at times makes me genuinely hate you. Much better. Well done. Definitely not Grixbull Mayo guy. Anytime you're getting really smug, I just inverse whatever you're talking about. That's because my smugness is at like the peak of my position. It's not a bad strategy, Segan. I would be getting very smug about A, B, and B right now. I feel very smug about my short, which means it's probably going to bounce soon. I have a stop on it though, so. You know, believe it or not, I'm quite smart. I don't disbelieve you. Can you go a little more in depth into what a reverse split on GME would look like? Sure. You own 2 shares, and now you have one. That's what it looks like. So instead of multiplying, you divide, which is, this is the inverse operation. Smugness, same as consolidation. If they reverse 7 for 1,
GME over 1K? Same like Tesla? No. GME 700? Same like 700. Nope, reverse splits are totally legal. I don't get it. Too complicated. It's okay, Carl. We can talk about it later in a private session. Reverse stock split, same like double stuffed Oreo. A reverse stock split would be like if Oreo just sold tubes of filling and just like stamped it with like Oreo. And there was like one broken half a cookie at the end of the package. Like you have one cookie here, tube, 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 and a cookie here. And that's the whole package. You're not a jar. Have you ever tried to get Oreo filling out of the bottom of like a 2-gallon jar of Oreo filling? It's not easy. Oreo only stuff. They'd probably want to announce it pre-crash. Crashes, market crashes are also considered a black swan event, right? Just like everything in the market is set up to prevent a short squeeze, it's also set up to prevent a crash. It's the idea is to reduce volatility. Crashes are volatile. Is Crash Bandicoot a bear? No, he's a bandicoot. Like a marsupial of some sort. Yeah. No, Winnie the Pooh is a bear.
Is it just me or double stuffed Oreos? Basically, just old normal stuffed Oreos. I think they're 113%. So it's like 13 additional percent stuffing in relation to a standard Oreo. Mega stuff are like 125%. Those values aren't based on any fact or research. I just made it up. I think if you had a graph, you would have regular stuffed Oreo being the baseline, and then you would have double stuffed Oreo peaking and then slowly declining as shrinkflation sets in. And then mega stuffed Oreos, which started around this time, have just stayed there. And then, they'll come out with another one as this starts to drop off over time, right? To carry on the tradition. They'll call this one like triple stuff. Implication of your chart is that briefly there was a mega stuff and double stuff on the market at the same time with the same amount of stuff. Yes. Didn't they come out with one already that's like more stuffed than a mega stuff? Stuff inversion incoming. I don't know. Can you chart the entropy in Oreo stuffing, dork? Everyone knows you can't triple stuff and double stuff. I saw something pretty disgusting the other day. Someone like took like pastry dough, oh, what's it called? The dough they make like eclairs out of. Fucking no, it's not phyllo. It's not puff pastry either. Choux pastry. Yeah, I think it's choux, but it's French. It's like CHUX. And they wrapped some like Oreo monstrosity that they handcrafted from getting the internal filling of several Oreos. They wrapped it in choux pastry and then they deep fried it, which was disgusting. Market crash protective systems be a net negative in fullness of time, considering success at preventing forest fires by trying to tamp down on any fire. Underbrush accumulates, setting the stage for massive conflagration. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the systems they put in place do have a consistent um, negative buildup over time, but they do have ways of clearing out those obligations as long as they don't become so pervasive in a short period of time, um, in order in a way that would create additional compounding risk. So much in the same way that CNS, offsets the number of FTDs due. And as long as they can create infinite pipelines for those obligations through various ETFs, which are essentially just liquidity engines, potentially, provided enough capital is available, they could offset everything forever. Can't tell if I actually said something there. You know what? Ignore that. It might have just been bullshit. I don't want to answer any questions. You're starting to sound like a lot like Monster Buddy. Go fuck yourself, Jay Fresh. Well, I mean, if you kind of think of it as like a constant cyclical building and releasing of obligations tied to synthetic share creation, and it's going on everywhere in the market, like there has to be, it has to compound somewhere, right? I mean, yeah, provided liquidity is high enough, you can just keep cycling these off into another creation mechanism and into another creation mechanism, right? And as long as the Fed keeps printing money, this can go on forever, right? And you just move it out into another one and another one and another one. And you have so many open at one time that you can offset like nigh infinite liquidity. But money isn't infinite, and so at some point, some part of this system fails, and when it does, the whole thing just blows up. Like how many concurrent circle jerks can you have at once? This reminds me of that scene in Silicon Valley. Can we figure this out? Can we figure out? I have quants. That's what you guys are for. Can you figure out how many concurrent circle jerks can exist at one time, provided infinite liquidity? $69. Hit the hopium pipe for a second. What if, I know this is a stretch, JPOW does a reverse split on the US dollar do? You mean the crypto dollar? That's probably what they'll do, right? Depending on IV and scheduling conflicts. How does one define infinite or implied volatility within a circle jerk?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about all these infinite circle jerks is that if anybody completes, it's over. Right? Like XRT is on the verge of completion. They've been edging XRT really, really hard for, like 96 days now. And eventually it's just going to blow. And when it does, everything's just going to crumble. They've stuffed so many obligations into its internalizer and edged it so hard that, it's like tantric obligation rolling, you know? Sean Wilson, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I'm trying to explain this to people who are essentially internet perverts and options gamblers, and I think I found a way. I think I found a way for this to really sink in for you guys. Well, I mean, of course the circle jerks are intersected because, each one bleeds into the next. Some of them are bigger, some are smaller. Like the Olympics. I would define our positions as being in the XRT splash zone. It's 10 shares per customer, Dunstan. My 401k is so close. Don't stop. I didn't say anything about doing a forward split. I just said reverse split. Other people are adding on this like hopium for the like reverse and then forward because they have like 5 fucking shares and they're worried about having half a share at the end of the I just said reverse split. I didn't there was no additional splitting follow up. Just simply reverse split the stock 2 or 3 to 1 and blow up the volatility swaps. XRT, same like Limp Biscuit of short hedge funds. Sort of, it's like the cracker that everybody, on, and then someone's got to eat it. Yeah. Yep. That's a thing, right? People do that? I don't know. I was never in a fraternity. I heard rumors. Great analogy. Thank you. I know it's gross, but so's what they're doing to XRT. Why reverse split at these prices? Well, the price they announced their intention to split at was $80 higher than the price we're currently trading at. Additionally, it fucks the shorts. So, if what everyone says is true, and Ryan Cohen's goal is to really stick it to the short hedge funds for their criminal behavior, then that's the way to do it. I don't think he will. Hey, Greg, sorry I was on a call while trying to listen to your analogy for XRT aging. What happens when XRT finally climaxes? Everything goes boom. Billions lost in faith in ETFs failed as investors pull money out of them in droves, causing market wide turmoil. Are you my dad? I'm going to ask you, Pi-Fi, are you my dad? And if you could say yes, that'd be awesome. I don't know who you are. And your mother's a liar. Ooh, I cut my finger. Did I do that? By being so edgy? Yeah, SPX has some better tax benefits, and it does move more aggressively. It tends to move in like surges. SPY is more stable. I prefer trading the SPY. For like swing positions, I'll use SPX. Like if I have a target range, then I'll trade it on the SPX. But like intraday trading, SPY. It's way more. SPY's more stable. May not biologically be my father, but you are a father figure to me, and that you're perpetually disappointed in me. No, Ryan, I checked my bed. There was no shit in it. Nothing's changed. Everything's gonna go right back down again. Are we throwing you a Father's Day party since you're our daddy? I don't even know what day that's on. What day is Father's Day? Is that really like a holiday people celebrate? No? Oh, okay.
I didn't have like a dad, so I don't know when people do dad things. No, I didn't have two moms. My dad died when I was pretty young and wasn't around when he was alive. I'm fine. You don't have to apologize for it. Any thoughts on that with the economic downturn? They could do well. I need to look into them because I was looking at them too not that long ago. NW, um, possibly it might be good. They're pretty cheap right now, or well, they were like a week and a half ago when I was looking at them. I like that they're like kind of discount goods and they sell in certain regions groceries as well. Literally deadbeat. Hundreds of us will meet you in Central Park and play catch with you if you like. I'm alright. If you want, I'll be your dad and you can be my dad, and it won't be weird, I swear. No, I think it will be. Dark self entertaining humor. If I was on PC for Elden Ring, I'd make a boss mod called Gherkin Duo. Because, you know, double dicks. Okay, that's the fourth time you've written that now today, Surface Smurf. No thanks, definitely not Gurkspil Mayo guy. Not that I'm aware of, Omar. Hot Body Trash Dan does have a ring to it. It's it's now Trash Dan Sage of Nebraska. Father's Day is like Mother's Day, but for fathers. Yeah, but fathers don't want a Mother's Day, I don't think, right? Like, they just want to be left the fuck alone once. So on Father's Day, everyone goes out and does stuff, but the dad stays at home. Are we friends yet? Uh, sure, big G. Do you ever think about me when you are, you know, what, reading your comments? Occasionally. As a father, I just want a day with no one around so you can finally finish researching super stunk comments. On the subject of wrong, beaten, and dead horses, do you see that intraday cup and handle on the GME chart you have up? It looks like we had one and then it failed. Intraday cup and handle, more like bumpy downside. Let's call this a bumpy downside. I've already done it. The DD is done. Oh no. What are the ramifications? Do I need to get ahead of this? Tell me from a PR standpoint what I'm looking at. Longs on wire. You mean copper? I already have positions on copper. The true Father's Day would be the wife and kids going to get cigarettes and never coming back. Change my mind. You know, historically, father's really not available, right? It seems like the preferred action before society created mechanisms to prevent it from happening was to just simply run away. Yeah, dude, the AMD processors outperform the fucking Intel CPUs like 5 to 1. Have you even looked at the fucking 5800 3DX? Is it tomorrow that we'll see millions per share, or is it sometime next week? I don't know. You're speaking nonsense. Yeah, I know. You're buying new, no future for it. Yeah, so liquid cool it. The answer is always 69. Throughout history, man has employed a strict smash and release program. I mean, if you look back to like the Middle Ages and stuff, dudes would like have babies and they'd be like, ah, I'm going to the fucking Crusades for the next 25 years. I'll see you soon, wife. You know, and like, or they'd go on trips. Like, what was I was watching like the Ben Franklin documentary by Ken Burns the other night. He just like fucked off to England for like 20 years while his wife died and raised his children. It's titillate, not titulate. Lud's me. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I want them around at least. You are unique in that, Zakir. And they would die in the Crusades. Do we even know that? Maybe they just didn't come back home. It's not like anybody was keeping records. Are you gonna pick up a side hustle now that China banned live stream tipping for youths? No, it's okay. I don't think I collect a lot of live stream tips from China. I wish. I'd eat fucking octopus all day for that kind of money. There's some like South Korean mukbang streamer who gets, I shit you not, like 100K a day in fucking super chats. Who's got the money for that? For someone eating? I always knew this architecture of this stream was not profitable. I tried using the crusade excuse. Nobody believed me. We tried to get you to talk about food more. That's true. It's okay. I'm planning a whole recession-based food channel where we attempt to make meals with $5. I'm so ready for that. I have to ensure that everyone's well fed. Vienna sausage soup. Dude, I don't think Vienna sausages are that cheap. Right up there with Beyonce killed Left Eye and Patton Oswalt killed his wife. The new hotness, Crusades were really a dad's trip to get away. I don't know who that is. See, you can't knock anybody off when you don't watch anything on YouTube. Know your positions. You'll just open Campbell's cans on screen. Dude, Campbell's is killing it. The real play is to separate women and children into a lesser class. Let's call them the poors. Let the government take care of them through the welfare system. Men can then accumulate personal wealth without silly things like child support and alimony holding them back. So I feel like we tried that for a really long time, and ultimately it was a failure. And so we stopped doing it just recently. Do you think a low of 93 will be seen tomorrow? Not necessarily. We still have to get down to 98. Get a load of Dan right over here. Channeling as Joseph DeCrew. I'm not saying all the deaths during the crusade were paper deaths. I'm saying some of them may have been exaggerated. Maybe they didn't even go there. Maybe they just went somewhere else. Who the fuck would know? There wasn't even like social security. You just show up in a different country and be like, this is where I'm from. You know, the anonymity granted to an individual during that period of time, pretty impressive, actually. Am I FX hedge? No, is there a margin call today though? Is it at 2 p.m.? You need to zoom out on the SPY. It's dying. I know. So what you're really saying is I should go fake going to fight Russians in Ukraine when I knock up some women. Thanks for the solid advice. No. Reverse end of day MOASS. I think not. What color does the new iPhone need to be to save the economy? Black with rose gold. It's gonna break the market. The combination of black and rose gold and Apple's design philosophy will make them a $5 trillion company. It's all that's been holding them back. What about the economy is actually bad, other than supply chain issues from the pandemic lingering a bit longer? I mean, the amount of liquidity provided to sustain the market is kind of insane. I don't disagree with you, but I think over short positions in the VIX and the usage of volatility as an asset has led to, you know, a lot of risk, right? This was an insult to Apple, if you guys didn't catch that. Did it feel shameful or excessive? No, neither of those things. I absolutely cannot pay attention to your words while you're holding that ridiculous water mug. I mean, that's the point. That way, if anyone's like, hey, but you said this, I can be like, are you going to listen to a guy who drinks out of this thing every day? It's the ultimate defense for the satire. Has the spy entered the demand zone? I don't think so. It's also the ultimate defense if you ever need to use it as a weapon. True. To repurpose an old oxygen canister? No. But are those double walled? I don't think they are. They would just leak heat out or in. There would be no insulation. I don't think they're insulated. Are they? Are you going to stream Matt Core's After Hours Meltdown? That guy doesn't understand what they're saying at the earnings meeting. He's just reacting. If he understood what was going on at AMC earnings, he wouldn't have bought the stock 12 months ago. Who is Regina Phalanges? I have no idea. Have you ever been in love? Of course. Sort of. You can leave now. You think they'll pump AMC overnight tomorrow in advance of the ETF FTD buying we anticipate later this week? Maybe. That way they can say GME is running in sympathy with AMC. Their favorite news article. Have you ever been in love with something not classified as a security? Hmm. Rip market, you were fun, interesting, and full of losses. Lisa Sue doesn't count as love. Well, then I don't know what does, okay? Crashing? No. Oh, me? The market? I voted abstain and against for everything. Good job, Fubar. NVAX to 0. I feel like only yesterday I was hearing NVAX to the moon. Any update on CLVR? No. It's kind of probably in the same place that it was in. I made more money on the SPY today than I will all week doing DoorDash without going through all of my settled funds. Am I doing this right? Sounds like it. Congratulations, man. Fuck DoorDash. Hmm. Time to sleep. I hate them all. All of the gig economy fucking employers are pieces of shit. It's just predation on people that can't balance a budget. Because if they could, the vast majority of them would realize that they're making like $3 an hour, working sometimes way more than full time. Between the cost of gas, repairs, and time spent, sure, you're working for yourself, sort of. No, AMC people are idiots. Don't read their subreddit. It's full of sludge. I was about to send you a Ko-Fi, but my phone died. My phone charger is just right there, but after this exhausting day on the market, it's so far away. Don't bother. Give up now, CJ. Stay where you are. It's not even full of GME DD. It's full of what was already not good DD reinterpreted to fit AMC. Remember when Lauer defended the AMC long thesis? Dave, same like potato? I don't know. Same like it's got something to sell. They're both pretty awful, CMO, frankly. DoorDash pays my mortgage and funds these degen plays. But you hate them, don't you? Be honest. VIX spiking. I know. You don't have to tell me. Sometimes you remind me of the sloth from Zootopia. Nice. You can just listen to me on 1.5 speed. Zoom out on the falling knife. Hoping to catch the lowest possible price before June 2nd vote. What would you do? Buy now or wait for more? I think we'll go lower, but it's up to you. You feeling a touch of the FOMO? Patience will ultimately reward you. Bye the American spy. The problem with 1.5 speed is that once you finally catch up and it switches back to regular, it feels like you've done a whippet and time isn't real. Oh, theta's real. It's, the time lost between the time you did the whippet and the time it faded off is still gone. You will be deducted accordingly from your depreciating asset. If anything, I would say that whippets accelerate the rate of theta decay. I think if you do enough of them all at once, you could just expire the contract early. Where oil and gas stuff also crashing? Shouldn't they be going up since I have calls? Not necessarily. Are we coming up in the first possible margin call window from that suspected Feb margin call? For the 75 days? I think we're nearing it. That's a good question. Would have been 511 is the first possible, or the farthest they could have. So if Melvin failed during Feb OPEX, that's correct, right? No. Ooh, tomorrow would be the first possible day, right? Market was open on the today? Second, 20.
What's 218? Huh. Well, if they failed on T+2. Yeah, right. T+2 that week was the 24th was the expected date. 75 days would be tomorrow. That's calendar days though. Yeah. It probably doesn't mean shit. May OPEX expirations on the 20th, T+2 the following week. I think they get 4 14-day extensions. See, this is where it all gets a bit murky. Is how long it can be extended for. We do know that Melvin has failed ultimately, right? Uh so it's possible. Something I haven't thought about in a while, but I mean, yeah, they're closing up shop on their short hedge fund. There any gaps to fill on the downside? No, but there's a lot of downside to fill on the downside. When Evergrande default. Missed my chat? Oh, I'm sorry, walking. Oh, so YOLO Spy 350 puts tomorrow? Got it. I mean, not necessarily. It could just correct. Like, it could hit like 380 or something. Don't get me wrong. If it did, the IV would more than make up for any calls bought now. Tuddles, what's up, dude? How have you been, man? Market's looking pretty good today. Nothing of concern. Yeah, not too much. Just wondering where I'm going to put all these whale teeth. Yep, Melvin had a BBBY short position. Oh my god, I forgot about Dr. Metzler. From the man who brought you predictions about the 2008 economic crash comes a new shitcoin. Please buy it.
Yerk, I don't want to scare you, but the stonk is red. I know. I'm okay with that. Are we actually happy to see the SPY crashing, or is that the SS insanity? As a holder of not only SPY puts, but VIX calls, I'm okay with it. Girk, what unpredictable things will happen after hours tonight? I don't know. They're unpredictable. SPY open tomorrow, 300. SPY open tomorrow, 420. What will it be? What predictable things will happen after hours tonight? Stocks will trade in a slightly more illiquid environment, mostly hedging from MMs and institutional interest. Um, yeah, they'll stop doing that at a certain point, and then they'll start again very early in the morning. Do you give me a high price target for ETF bump? Like 115, maybe 120? I would say like 125 is kind of pushing it. You can start flying more often to pick up chicks? Probably not. Increase my day trading account by 300 by placing trades and walking away. Who would have thunk? How's tomorrow looking? Pretty shitty. No, this is probably people closing puts and deleveraging of the hedge for 0 DTEs. This type of closing price action is pretty common on the SPY end of day on days of expiration, especially if it's down that day. You'll also see the same thing on expiration days when the SPYs run really hard, but inverse. Like it'll run up and then it'll fall into close. And then on days where it goes down, it'll bounce into close. No, I'm not buying GME calls today. It's true. The SPY carries one of the most liquid options chains, if not the most liquid options chain of any like equity. So, it's very common for you to see those patterns play out on days of expiration. Right? Because so many in the money calls are picked up every day. When's the next GME cycle? We don't know if it's going to be May or June. Likely June. Do you ever play those end of day bumps? Yeah, I used to.
Sometimes they're not great though. Alexa, play Fighter by Christina Aguilera. Thank you so much, CJ. I appreciate it, dude. I see that you finally made it over to your phone charger. Congratulations. What would constitute good news CPI wise? Lower rate of increase. So, like a CPI increase of like 0.2 or 0.3, I think. Coming in like slight average lower. Still up, but not as up. I'm not doing AMC earnings. You see institutional whales by BBY today? I see them fucking around with like what look like big swap positions, but it's still hard to tell. We all want to watch AMC. I'm sure you'll find a place to do that. AMC is mooning? No. Alright. Well, let's do a quick rundown of what we saw happen today. We saw GME go mostly down with the market. A little bit of volatility also in line with the market. And pretty much straight down after the CNS close at the end of the day. You know, FTD is still a very mixed bag right now. They're not really applying any pressure outside of, you know, what the market active funds are applying anyway. So market goes down, we go down in a slightly greater range. It's pretty much it. Interesting volume pickup into close. I should probably note that. Options chain a little bullish here under 100. That seemed to pique some interest on both of our dips below 100 today, and sort of into close on this one as well. Remember, there's a lot of buy pressure at this $100 resistance. Not only do institutions like it a lot, GME investors do too. It's a very good price on the stock. So I think we'll continue to see kind of similar price action through tomorrow, where we're going to follow the overall market, which, you know, still looks like a big bag of shit. Nothing's really changed there. And kind of waiting for this coming Wednesday, Thursday, and then we'll see if we start to see some flip to those net long FTDs and maybe a little bounce. I think, given how low we've dropped, the range for that probably won't see anything higher than 126. GME gamma neutral today was sitting at, oh, what was it? Like 122.86. So, you know, we might bounce just over that. And delta neutral actually up at 135.56. So we are starting to see a little bit of call interest come in, but the put ratio is insane right now. So if they're going to gamma squeeze us down, expect that for at least the next couple days. And I think that's about it. And that's the SPY. I don't know why I'm looking at that. I mean, it's the same chart, right? It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, same chart. So yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I think. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.